3, 4. not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of sight, dangerous dynamite. Dynamite, setting fire to the
With a nice pre-fire, should catch kindness. Passes some kindness. Says, I'm taking out you first, and then you later, baby. Let's go. Not gonna be surprised if we see execute try to, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19.
Still got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go!
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your shots?
It's all been coming up peaches here at PMPL the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Fall 2023 season. This is the finals, and I know you're out there saying, well, I know there's definitely going to be Soda here in a second saying, why did you say peaches? Well, peaches because certain teams, certain fruity teams in particular, have been able to step up here, get in our top 5, and potentially be one of the teams represent us when we get over to the finals in, well, not the finals, into the regionals, the Americas regionals kicking off in early October. Before we get into this, though, I gotta remind you guys once again about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You can unleash your beast by picking one up and taking it sip by sip here as you enjoy not only the drink, but also my beautiful face. We're actually just gonna keep it on me this entire time. I'm gonna do the entire pre-show. I'm not gonna have an analyst for the rest of the show today. Seven, you can get out of here. It's just gonna be me. So as we did take a look at yesterday, we obviously had, oh, come on, production. I gave you one job. Hi, Seven, I guess.
Hi. Wait, you were talking about fruit cups? Is that what we're talking about? I'll take one.
What?
Peaches, though? As long as it doesn't have pineapples. I'm allergic to pineapples.
Are you?
Yeah, unless they're cooked.
Good to know as we get into regionals where I'll be seeing you. You guys can hit us up over on social media, though. Make sure you guys let us know about your favorite teams, who you think's going to do well today, who's going to not do well today. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL, and then you can see all the different links down below as well. But Seven, coming into yesterday, if you would have told me this is what our top 5 was going to look like, I would have agreed with you for the most part, but there's a couple of big surprises in this one that I'm actually really happy to see. But almost on the same note, I'm kind of sad because obviously you have some teams doing extremely well for the entire league phase, and then it goes in from a 3-week event into a 3-day event. And this is where you really have to kind of change your mentality going into this. We'll take a look at our overalls here and start to break this down.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise seeing Hyper here in first place, 86 points. Even though they started off today a little bit sketchy, remember, we did have some toxic circles there to start the day. Their first game, 14th place, 0 points. But we kind of give them a break, and I mean, it is Hyper. They were able to kind of showcase there towards the end of the day, too, being able to get a 4th place finish, 2nd place finish with 13 elims. That was pretty big. Extreme Slayers, the way they were able to start off the day with a win out of the toxic circle that I've been mentioning, but they kind of fall off. This is a team that I have some concerns about because it's a bit of a roller coaster with them. They always have their highs, they always have their downs. There's no consistency that I've seen out of them. Luckily, whenever they do have those good games, they are able to back it up. And a team that was kind of barely able to squeeze in here into the top 3, YKG. If it wasn't for the win that they got in that last match, boy, I think we'll be having a completely different tone here for YKG.
Yeah, YKG, there's really not much to say about them towards the start of the day. You do have to obviously give them credit, though, as they were able to really excel on. I mean, they had a 15th place with 1 elim, they had a 7th place with 2 elims. Then they started to pick up the pace a little bit, right? Like a 3rd place with 8 eliminations when they had a stinker of a next match or 2. But it's nice to see they still have that fire within them, that spark, and we could see ignite even more here today as they're trying to hold on to that top 5. But you can see what, executing 6, ace of spades, puppeteers. But honestly, one of the big kind of surprises for me is the team in 11th place, 412 Nomads, man. They were ever consistent. They came into this whole thing in 4th place in our overalls. I expect a little bit more out of them, and I wonder if the pressure's getting to them.
I did expect more out of them. This is a team it was a big question mark whether they were going to be able to perform in the 3 days. And along the lines of 412 Nomads, I kind of want to talk about LOTUS Esports because that was a team that I was just never sold on because of how passive they were. This is a team that coming into this finals, they finished league stage in 5th place, and for them to be 13th place, even lower than Nomads, that's going to be hurting them in a big way. And I don't see Lotus Esports being able to bounce back in any way, shape, or form because of the big question mark that they've always provided for me, which is, I mean, they can't frag out. And I honestly, as much as I hate saying this about a team so early on into the finals, I guess after one day, I don't see them being able to push towards the top 5, especially some of the other teams that we kind of saw and you hinted at too, MEZEXIS and PASSIONFRUIT Esports being able to pop off. Those are teams that can definitely get the frags and can definitely get the placement points.
And for MEZEXIS as well, it's basically an entire new roster, right? With an active coming or not coming into the team. He was on the team, and the other ones came into the team, but he was nowhere to be seen in week 1, and MEZEXIS didn't fare too well. But ever since he's been playing with them, I feel like MEZEXIS have been getting stronger and stronger. But you know what, Stefan? I think we need to kind of move along here and take a look at something that will reinforce what we've been talking about with MEZEXIS and PASSIONFRUIT, right? Let's take a look at how our top 5 teams did in our league stage versus in the finals so far. And you can see, I mean, MEZEXIS and PASSIONFRUIT, albeit one day, but they've made a massive step up here.
Yeah, a huge jump up. I mean, for MEZEXIS, they finished league stage, as you can see right there, in 8th place, being able to jump up all the way to 4th place. The way that we're able to get those back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday, 15 elims and 9 elims, although towards the end of the day, there was a bit of a question mark for this team because after those back-to-back chicken dinners, they ended up with just 6 elims after that, and the placement points were non-existent too. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this team is going to be starting off the day. Are we going to be getting the MEZEXIS that we saw at the start of the day yesterday, or are we going to be getting the MEZEXIS that we saw towards the end of the day yesterday? And then when we go over to PASSIONFRUIT Esports, which in a second we'll actually be able to get a chance and deep dive a little bit more into this team. Something that I've actually really enjoyed out of this team from yesterday was that almost everybody within that roster was actually being able to put up frags. It wasn't just Wancho. We actually saw Nate being able to come in clutch in some moments for them, and he put up 11 elims, which is great to see. I
mean, the Nate factor, you can't underestimate if you guys saw it in the spring finals last season, because he was the spark to get the Panthers into regionals. And it's starting to be, I'd say, still a spark yet again here for this team, but obviously everyone's been really playing out of their minds. But let's actually dive into maybe PASSIONFRUIT's stats here as we compare how they've done in the league stage up against the finals. And again, you're comparing a different amount of matches against each other, but it gives you an idea of like how big of their step up really has been. Because obviously elimination game 7, I mean, yeah, 1.5 extra limb per game, it's nice, but you can obviously tell where the big difference is.
Yeah, and for this team, something that I've been kind of saying throughout all of league stages when I've been present is this is a team that we know can get the frags. On paper, before we even saw them play, we're like, okay, they are a heavy fragging team. Not only do they have Wancho, not only do they have Suko, Nate as well, with what you were talking about, being able to do the spring, being able to pretty much carry in a way after the first game, the Panthers towards that regionals in spring. But now here in PASSIONFRUIT, I was kind of hinting at it just now, yesterday, the elims were there. The biggest change out of this team, it's visible. I mean, it's that average survival time. And this is something that I hope they continue to work on today. We saw them slack off a little bit there in Sandhawk, where we actually finally got a circle going their way. It didn't end up working out for them. Right? Maybe we'll see a little bit of a change from them today. But I want to continue seeing them position themselves for that top 7, because after the top 7, that's when the fragging power kind of starts showing off. And a bit of a call out here, I do want to call out Valak. He was nowhere to be existing yesterday. I think he only ended up with just 1 elim. He didn't even have 1,000 damage for his team. I want to see him starting to step up, especially if he's going to, whatever role he is, whether it's support, whether it's fragger, he needs to start putting those numbers in case some of the other players don't end up showing up today.
Well, I mean, think about this, right, Seven? Because obviously they're in 5th place at the end of yesterday. With him having the 1 elimination, not even 1,000 damage. Imagine if he does have more eliminations and more than 1,000 damage. Is this a team who could challenge out for top 2? And obviously, Hyper has been ever so consistent, obviously having a little bit of a rougher day than they normally would have, but they still have a fantastic results across the day. But let's actually take a look at another team, MEZEXIS, obviously going from 8th to 4th place, a big step up for this team. But as you pointed out, Seven, they had a drop off eliminations in the second half of the day, but they're still on average putting up, you know, almost 2 more limbs per match compared to what they did in the league stage.
Yeah, and it comes down to how they started like the first 3 games of yesterday. I mean, 4 elims, 15 elims, and 9 elims. That is such a amazing start off. That's why we're currently seeing the cushion there. And this is another team that we want to continue to see that average survival time being a little bit higher, because we have been able to see them being able to frag out. Now for this team, when we were talking about during the league stage, especially phase 3, which was their best phase by far, it was always talking about Baton and how he was able to be such a clutch player for the team, as he was able to get over 40 elements for this team, and no one was even close to him. Yesterday, it was a completely different story, with everybody getting 8 or more elims, and Baton not even being the top player for his team. It was actually Skyline with getting 10 elims, the most for his team yesterday. If that can continue on today, I mean, we're gonna continue to see a battle there within the top 5. And you were talking earlier when we're showing PassionFruit Esports graphic, what would happen if Valak did end up getting those extra elims, getting those extra points? Well, currently separating 4th place and 5th place is just 1 point, and separating 5th place and 6th place, it's literally just 1 point. It could come down to 1 point, and that's why we always talk about they need to make sure if they get a knock, if they can actually finish off that elim, confirm it into a point, go for it, because it can honestly come down to just 1 point.
Cool. Not to mention denying a point potentially too, right, in this one, because there is a 20-point drop-off between 6th and 7th place, where obviously these teams need to, I mean, they need to step up a bit here. Puppeteers in particular, in my eyes, I was expecting a lot more out of, obviously punishing PassionFruit when we think back to that Sandhawk, but there's a lot of teams out there that, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit concerned. But at the same time, I look at a team like Execute, Trick, MVP of the day. I didn't really expect that. They're putting up some really good elimination numbers, like 8, 10, 8, 7. Like, they were consistent in getting the elim game. But obviously, their placements a little bit rough here or there, but obviously falling quite behind when it comes to our bonus points, right? Which would massively affect. They could be, you know, in 3rd place right now if they had more bonus points.
Yeah, with Execute, and this is something that we kind of been mentioning through league phases, through yesterday too, something that I saw. Faye was able to clutch up some 1v1s that he was just sending it full, where usually if it backfires, they lose that IGL early on. I'm hoping today that's not the case. I don't want to see Faye with that fragger mindset. I kind of want to see him more positioning some of the other players. Even if he is the IGL fragger for his team, right? You don't want to be able to lose that IGL too early in the game, because we have seen how much it actually hurts Execute. Now, for the flip side, right? For a team that's actually towards the top, and I'm going to be nitpicking at him throughout the whole day, throughout these next 2 days, and a Hyper. Yes, you do end up in 1st place, but I am not sold on Koi. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just a pattern that I'm seeing of him being able to overextend. I'm picturing this team already in Americas. I mean, I'm picturing them also in PMGC league stage, because they have pretty much already taken that spot, right, for North America. I don't like the way Koi overextends. I don't like his current average survival time. I need to see more out of this player, and I need to see him being able to adapt to how some of the other teams are reacting to him overextending. Because if he's not able to adapt here in NA, I don't even want to see what's going to happen in Americas. And as Hyper right now being one of the best hopes for North America in general, I want this team to be dialed in. I want this team to go to Americas and be in contention, right? I don't want the Brazilian teams to be like, okay, we know Koi's going to be overextended. Once we get him, they're going to be down a man. It's going to be easier towards the end game. I need them to dial in, especially for Koi.
See, you were talking about like MEZEXIS earlier, right? And saying how like the second half of the day, they didn't really put up what they think there was like 6 eliminations. The thing is, like, you look at Hyper, and we didn't really criticize Hyper too much when it came to eliminations, but they had 34. MEZEXIS had 34. Only one team had more eliminations than these 2 teams, and it was Execute at 35. So maybe for Hyper, the placements weren't necessarily there. Obviously, as you're talking about with Koi not really performing, only the 2 eliminations. But that's the power of Hyper, right? If Koi doesn't perform, everyone else in the team can. And this is why they can be such a scary team. With one member not stepping up, everyone else can pick up that extra slack. But if that player does perform, they're unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. You have GK first being able to put up numbers, right, that we have seen him being able to put up and actually keep on improving. Kindness being Kindness, the MVP out of the league stage. Rin has actually improved in a big way. And for me, Koi just continues to be that big question mark because of those stats, right? Yeah, you are able to output damage. He is able to position himself in ways that actually ends up helping out Hyper. But if you have an average survival time where it's only 60 minutes, yeah, you are able to position your team, right? And luckily, you have 3 fraggers that you can definitely rely on, you can trust on. But if you lose that one player, it's just going to handicap him. And yeah, it might work here in North America, but as I mentioned before, and I'm going to keep mentioning, I'm picturing this team in Americas. I'm picturing this team in regionals. I'm picturing this team in league stage, PMGC, and if Hot Juke's hot take does end up happening in PMGC Grand Finals, because I'm tired of getting bullied. I want to see a North American team in Grand Finals. This is why, Koi, I'm going to keep picking on you until you start putting up numbers. Please, you are NA's hope right now in Hyper.
Let's rewind that. You're tired of being bullied.
Yep.
Bro, I think back to PMWI, you were like the biggest bully about NA, if I'm not mistaken. What are you talking about playing the victim card over here, man? Let's take a look at the schedule and see what's coming up today and which battlegrounds in what order. And just like yesterday, it's going to be double Erangel, double Miramar, and of course, one Sandhawk and Vikendi sandwiched in the middle.
Bullies become bulliers, right? Isn't that how that
Bullies
works?
become... Wait.
Bullies? I think that's how that works.
If you're becoming bullier, that means you're becoming more.
No,
of a
not
bully.
bullier. I just a bully. That's pretty much what it is. I got tired of being bullied all the previous PMGCs. I was like, at PMWI, all right, you know what? I guess I'm gonna have to start bullying my own region at that point. But for today, at Event Hyper, I want to continue to see that consistency, right, that we were able to showcase yesterday. I want to continue to see something that actually worked out very well for them, and I have to give them big props. Is how quick they were able to readjust going into that second Miramar. If you remember in the first Erangel, when we had that toxic circle,
oh yeah,
they ended up pushing it down the middle, and I think they got destroyed during the rotation into the middle whenever everybody was already set up. In Miramar, they readjusted quick. As soon as that toxic circle shifted, and they were like, okay, we're nowhere near, they went straight to the middle, and they went fast, and that's actually what positioned them in such a great place, and that's something that some of the other teams have been able to do. One of them, thinking of MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS is also one of those teams that's currently rotating really, really fast, and is helping them out in a big, big way.
Don't forget about 412 Nomads in that Miramar as well, right? They had to do the long rotate, and I believe they finished, if I'm not mistaken, like second place in that one. I don't know how they did that, but they were able to pull things off here. But getting to today, man, honestly, I'm looking towards Execute. I don't know why. I think it's because I look back on Execute with like rose-tinted glasses, thinking back when like Zute was on the team, and I was like, oh, let's go Zute. But I have such higher expectations for this team than they've been able to show me. I think for me, the caliber players they have, they should almost be dominating NA like NHyper's been dominating NA.
Ooh. All right. I'll hold on to what I was gonna say.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
will
No,
say
it, man. I don't mind.
with Execute, with Execute, that the mistakes that we've been seeing is something that hasn't been working out. They try to do too much at once. Fate dies too early, and everybody else just kind of doesn't know what to do. Stay away from the early fights. It's not working for you. This is a fragging team. Try to keep everybody alive as much as possible, as long as possible, right?
Okay, well, you know what? It's time to head into our first match of the day. Hot Jukes and Zute, why don't you drop us on in? And Zute, tell us about how amazing Execute are when you were on the team.
Tell us, Zoo.
Oh man. Hey, I'll tell you this. Execute, they're doing better, and it's like almost like a double-edged sword for them. Like they can't win. When they do better, we're all like, oh, they should be doing better. When they're not doing good, we're like, oh, why aren't they doing good? But honestly, improvement, and finals is the best time to start showing up. So 2 days left though, today and tomorrow. Do they have what it takes in the long run? And the same question goes for MEZEXIS. It goes for PASSIONFRUIT. You know, the teams that just started popping off right now.
100%. Hopefully we can see some of those squads really pop off. It's good to see some of them on day one, right? Have performances that we were expecting to see from them in the league stage. But you know what? It's finals time, baby. It's only 3 days, like you just said. A third of this tournament is already done for. Once we get 3 games deep, we're already going to be halfway through. So these are some of the most critical games of this entire tournament, right? Who's going to punch that ticket on over to Americas? That's who I got my eyes on, because like Seven said, we're tired of getting bullied. It's time we see some NA greatness there on the big stage.
Oh, yes. And this is NA greatness in the making, hopefully. I will say we have seen much more consistent performances out of some of our top teams, namely in Hyper, right? They're honestly, yesterday they had one bad match because the circle was indeed extremely toxic. If you missed it yesterday, the first circle of the very first game of the finals ended west of North George Pool. Yes, west, not east, west. As you can see, there's like barely anything there. And then Hyper had one bad game, but the rest of the day, it was consistent performances just like the league stage. So that was really good to see out of Hyper.
Absolutely. I mean, we can see right here, GK first up on the board there with knockouts. Pacho there with the longest eliminations. I mean, this was crazy. The first day was really interesting. I think it's tough for Hyper not having the lead coming into day number 2, but look at this circle. And a hot drop off the rip. MEZEXIS into it with Canadian Eagles. This is got to be tough. And they're going to lose a player as well. And it's Baton of all people. That's rough.
Oh, MEZEXIS, you know what's even more rough? They're down to 1, and they're about to get that full reset coming through. 1 will come through, 3v1. And Crow, I like the aggression. He knows 1v3, he's got to go aggressive. If he sits back, it's just going to get worse for him. Canadian Eagles stopping the momentum of MEZEXIS right out the gate today. How do you feel about this, right? MEZEXIS knows they should watch out for the potential hot drop here. It's happened before. And if I'm not wrong, I think it even happened on the first day, except MEZEXIS won it, right? So they had such a good day yesterday. Do they risk a hot drop? Should they have planned for something else, or do they feel confident, or should they feel confident and take that fight? What do you think,
You never risk it, especially with everything that's going on right now. It's just not worth it at all. So I'm just so shocked to see that decision come out of MEZEXIS. It's just not that time. I think the only time you want to be thinking about hot drops is when you're already so far behind. You have no choice, right? But the hot drop on another squad to try and clinch, either a placement or that first place finish. And we did see one of the players from Hyper gone already. What is going on, man? This circle is just causing chaos all over the map.
Ooh. XQ deciding to maybe go back for Faye? Okay, yeah, I think that was smart not to go back and try and take that fight. Just take your losses. They will be down to 3. And this is new out of Execute. We usually always see Execute take a botation. I have like never seen them do a bridge crossing. This because they dropped North George Pool, so really adjusting to the circle, and the plane path might have something to do with it as well. Unfortunately for them, they do lose a player, even though this is an extremely fast rotation, especially for a team that's usually coming in from the blue and on a boat.
Oh man, this is gonna be crazy. I do like the fact that we're starting to see teams have a little bit of that get up and go, because they really need to. They really need to haul it and get into this circle as fast as possible. But it's a really interesting one, right? I mean, it's not totally convinced that it's gonna go all the way here into military base, but we are starting to see a lot of people make that commitment already. And Canadian Eagles with 4 eliminations, solid. Execute losing a player and Hyper losing 1. Man, this is it's only going to get chaotic from here, and we can already start to see the action happen as BOPE looks like they have their eyes on Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, a bit of a longer range duel. I don't think it's really going to turn into anything, because both of these teams are in prime positions. They don't want to take this fight here and then get third party, because they are next to that bridge. Teams will be looking to rotate through potentially. One thing I learned yesterday was come to finals, and I think all the teams in here participating have learned this too, is that rotations are a lot quicker. Now teams are rotating 1 to maybe even 2 minutes faster, 2 minutes earlier. So it's nothing like the league stage. It's almost like we have a whole different set of teams playing here. And what's even crazier is that more hot drops, I feel like, are happening now rather than the league stage.
Makes no sense. It makes no sense, and we're already starting to see the chaos ensue as excuse all the way up here at the highest ground in Sosnovka military base, and they're going to be holding it down here. So they're going to have a lot of that high ground. They're going to be able to see anybody coming on up, and look at them starting to put some pressure. Ooh, actually taking out Cloudy. So Cloudy's done. He is done for. That's a huge confirmation right there themselves. And they're going to be big chilling. So we're seeing YKG still over there in Primorsk. So they're most likely going to do a botate here in a second. Extreme Slayers probably going to have to do the same. But right now, I think they're going to be chilling at military base. And look at Hyper, right? And Hyper on a boat on their way to the mainland.
We usually see them take the bridge rather early on, but I think losing a player early on did change up the game plan just a little bit. This might be a bad game for Hyper, but hey, yesterday on the very final game, they lost Koi extremely early on. They only had 3, and they were in a tough spot by like circle 2, circle 3. End of the game, second place with like 10 plus elimination.
Oh,
so
wow.
could they continue that on? Well, they're starting it here. They get gifted a smoking car and a point. So, and Hyper down to 3, man. I think this is the only team that I've seen in the tournament when they lose a player early on, they could still play like they're a 4-man.
Yeah, because they play so tight together, and I think that's what I want to see from them going forward. Is because, you know, these we talk about. I said yesterday about NHyper doing too much with these splits, and you're saying that there's only one team that can do it, right? And it is NHyper. My thing is, I don't think that's gonna work in America's Championship. You know, I don't think it's gonna work in PMGC. You know, I think you have to kind of go back to the basics and just fight together, overwhelm players, because especially at those stages, even a 3v3 is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to take any fair fights if you can. You want a 4v3 situation. So I'm hoping that with this game, since they lost Koi early, I hope they have a lot of success here. Because if they do, then maybe they could think, hey, maybe we don't need any of those crazy off angles. You know what I'm saying? Like at certain points. Sometimes it's totally warranted, but and others, I think it can be pretty reckless. And I think we see Koi go out early more often than not because of it.
Yeah, it's a very big balancing act for sure. Deciding when to do those splits, when to play a bit closer, a bit denser, and it's always tricky, right? Playing from one region to another, and not even just one region, just like from one lobby level to another. What always works in certain tournaments may not work at all, you know, as we get to Americas and PMGC and onwards. But we do see, you know, some of the top teams in the world when the Nova out of China was the top in the world, like back to back to back. We saw them do those splits even in the PMGC, and it worked out. But times have changed.
Times
That
changed
is for
big
sure.
time, yeah. And we're starting to see those times change minute by minute, tournament by tournament here. And let's see if they're going to change here in this match. Where's the zone going to go, right? Well, at least one thing's consistent, Sute. Final circles, always interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Always interesting. And right now, I'm keeping an eye on Extreme Slayers. They're betting that the zone's going to go ahead and shift back north. Meanwhile, SLR kind of gatekeeping that bridge. That's a good spot right there because...
I was thinking that in my head, Jukes.
No way.
I should have said it. I was like, imagine the zone shifts to Extreme Slayers.
Oh...
And it does. Oh, why didn't I just say it out loud?
This is the worst circle for every team that's on military base right now. I think Lotus, all those other guys need to start going back to that other bridge if they can afford it right now. And you can just see that. You can see the extreme just panic from all these players. So like, where do we put our boats? Where are our boats?
Welcome to the finals, where entertainment for us is obviously what the Circle Gods have in mind. Circle Gods do not care how hard these teams have fought to make it to the finals, because he will please and drop wherever the circles he wants. And we're going to the north towards Milta Power potentially. Great zone for Extreme Slayers. This is, I want to see them. You know, it's really early to say, but if they can get a chicken dinner off this zone, great. That would be great for the leaderboards.
You can see the legendary Quacho. He's up here on the North Island doing pretty good. This is actually a really good spot by this Wizard Tower. There's an even better one just a little bit north from them, but they're trying to control as much real estate as they possibly can. You can see Baby Tang actually gets Valak. And, was Valak split up from the rest of the team? I believe so. And I'm not sure if he's still up or not, what the situation is. But Bat Boy taking some shots onto Nate. And gets him down to about half HP, but he's going to be okay for now. Now, moving on over. Yeah, Valak did get thirsted, so PASSIONFRUIT are going to be down to 3. Looking at the rest of the squads, pushing on in. I'm surprised we're not seeing any gatekeeping. Actually, if we could pull the map feed up, this is a very interesting rotation to watch because it is brutal. No team is taking the main bridge. Everybody is trying to go, and it's like one by one. They're going down the west bridge, and it looks absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect someone to camp that bridge. There's a prime opportunity to camp that bridge. It's so prime that no one's camping it and everyone's avoiding it. Oh, kill switch goes down to Liam. 412 picking up some nice points here. Execute just not having any luck with this zone. You talk about just bad luck. The very first time they rotate early onto military base, it shifts off a military base.
Ugh, so brutal. And you can see Freepoint was looking at blowing up that boat, but then he said, you know what, we might need that boat. Like, let's just hold on to it just in case. And yeah, that might be the play here. But, I mean, little do they know, main bridge is completely open, wide open right now. They could just head up there for free if they wanted to. But, oh man, I'll tell you what, not even I would take that bet right now.
Yeah.
It's a very, very interesting one. 4-1-2, picking up some nice eliminations. Oh, yeah, just... This is one of those games where you'll give a team an excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they go out early. Because it's like, this is a circle that's just absolutely brutal.
We thought it couldn't get any more toxic. This is the most toxic we've seen. And even the rotational gods and Hyper, right, not taking that bridge.
Whew.
So not even they could, foresee this one happen and realize no one's camping that bridge because everyone's just trying to rush into the zone. Next circle does pop. Imagine it shifts back down to Novo. I'd be done. I'd walk out the door. If I was a player, I'd just put down my phone and just like call it a day, man.
That would have been insane if it did. That's crazy. 4-1-2 would have been happy, that's for sure. But now they're going to have to head on up into this next zone. A lot of congestion already here. This is a fun circle to watch. It's just how it got here is what caused so much chaos. And Hyper losing 3 players. Oof, that's tough. But you know what? Name of the game with a zone like this. Excuse? Looked like they were holding that bridge for just a little while longer to see if anybody was going to go ahead and come on through. But this is stage number 3. Circle 4, or stage 4, blue zone definitely ticks quite a bit harder. So, yeah, I think that at this point they're going to just go ahead and start heading on in and try to find a spot in this next circle. A lot of the entire zone is pretty much taken already.
Yeah, surprised to see so many teams make it in to this circle. 14 teams still left. With a crazy circle shift like this, everyone's just prioritizing trying to make it to the late game because they know if you make it to the late game, you'll still get those elim points plus the placement points. So everyone taking this real serious, and the fact that no one took that Eastern Bridge, the easy way across, just shows how cautious everyone is.
You can see that caution just in people's play. Juancho and Zuko putting in some work onto Ace of Spades. And they are definitely picking up some nice eliminations there. So that's going to be some good points for PASSIONFRUIT. That's 2 so far. Meanwhile, we're looking over here in Milta, this side here. Nate's, this is a 2-1 split out of PASSIONFRUIT. Nate is in a very precarious position. Juancho's going to head straight towards him. Little do they know that this is YKG right up above them. So we'll see what the play is going to be out of these guys here. Looks like they are opting to try and put a little bit of pressure onto them.
Yeah, YKG on the high ground here. Just really trying to control that northern side, make sure no one slips by. A very nice split up here. Yeah, they'll catch out Blinky Bay. 1v4. Oh, Joey jumped up. He saw him. Yeah, they know. He's got no chance.
Yeah, no
Cut
chance.
down the very first point. For
YKG right there. You can see Joey just go ahead and take the money and run. Actually, it was Chico that got the elimination. Where's his next zone going to go, though? That's going to be my question. It's going to be an interesting one to watch. You can see Garrett getting a knock there onto Excuse. And, oh, man, he should change his name from Gun Pain to Circle Pain because this is ridiculous. Look at this circle. It's going to go ahead and center up dead center, and the rest of the teams are going to have to start pushing like crazy. Here goes a limb. Man, 4-1-2. We saw so much from the squad during the league stage, but these guys have just had a rough go of it at the finals. And as a circle like this, it just doesn't help. Hopefully these guys can get it together here in day number 2 and try to scrounge up something. This is one of those games where you just want to put some points on the board. So if you're 4-1-2, I think they really need to look at LOTUS and try to get something happening. But oh my gosh, look at that. White Elegy from downtown getting a knock. And these guys are completely stuck. I don't think they have pretty much almost nowhere to go. This is tough. Gun Pain, yeah. What do you do in this situation? You can see him just getting ready to take that bucky, but going down that beach it's game over. I think they have to try and maybe eat some blue zone and try to rotate up through Milta, but that's not even a good bet either. We'll see what they plan is. It looks like they do go through the beach, and this is what I was talking about. I mean, this beach is just so insanely risky, and I don't think they're gonna even make it out of here. Maybe with even one player. Oh, it looks like they did have a couple scrounge by just a little bit. Gun Pain does go down though, and Halim is stuck in the back. So It's zones like this where you just have to make a couple player sacrifices in those situations. Oh, yeah, Lim did have a buggy after all, but popped out immediately. Yeah, and going north, I think, was definitely the play for them, but they didn't have many options, so I think they just decided to full send it. Meanwhile, BOPE catching a couple players from SLR. Things are starting to heat up here, folks. And SLR, you can see them on the push. Oh, they want revenge, baby. Here they go. They get it. They get a nice knock there onto Nightcrocs. Stellar coming on up. Uh-oh, you better watch out with this nade, though. They're very grouped up. Oh, the double nade. Fuego catching them big time. Now, going for the res, I guess that could be the right play in that situation. But he's going to have to do it quickly because look at this. White LED's about to get this res off. Now, we're going to see this reset here in the next few seconds. So, what is the play going to be? Fuego's going to throw another Molotov through the window. Did it get him? Oh, I think it did. I think they could be burning or they're getting shot from somewhere. Okay, now Fuego said, let's send it. Goes for the peaks, gets the knock. Beautifully done here by Fuego. Man, he just picked SLR apart with this Molotov. That nade a little bit earlier. Supra with a DP and got him. Actually, was it? No, I think it could have been another player. But regardless, solid play. And down goes Super Lazy Reflex. Sute, what'd you think about that one?
That was a very just pivotal fight right there for that team. And we're just heading into the next circle shift as well. Man, so many teams still up with 4. I mean, well, by so many, I'm looking at, yeah, there's 4 teams, at least 4 teams. Extreme Slayers, YKG, Canadian Eagles, and Puppeteers. They're all in very strong positions. Question is, where is this circle going to go? Who is it going to favor? Rin is still alive for Hyper, and the circle shifts to the east. This could be a big one for the Extreme Slayers if they play it correctly.
Let's see if it is. I mean, they do have a nice split here. The question is, which team do you think is going to win the match? I think it really depends if we see Robert and squad catch up and actually meet up with Extreme Slayers on the other side. Meanwhile, you got Canadian Eagles about to go into it with PASSIONFRUIT. YKG's on the top of the hill too, and they need to put in some work from this edge. I'm going to go ahead and risk it for the biscuit. And I'm going to see if I can believe in YKG here because I think they need it so desperately.
Yeah, we'll see what YKG can do. Meanwhile, right now, Jason trying to do the best he can to put up at least 1 point for the team. He's out of grenades. 4-1-2, up to 4 eliminations. Will be trying to pick up some points as they're stuck in, and Jason picks a prime opportune time to peek out. He gets a knock. I don't think he's going to confirm that point. BOPE should just steal that right away. 3-point hiding. Yep, BOPE will steal that one. And Supra, what can he do? BOPE up to 6 points. The NOMADS just trying to pick up whatever points they can because I don't think they got the vehicles. PASSIONFRUIT, meanwhile, on the other side, have rotated into a nice compound within the zone.
Yes, they have, and they're going to be holding it down for now. So they're in the spot, and it's pretty solid defense-wise because they're going to be able to see pretty much anybody coming down in. And this is the angles they need to be kind of looking at. They need to be looking at their backs, people that are up on top of this hill that could possibly come down and crash them. If they're able to defend that, they're going to last pretty long here because nobody from the other side is coming their way. Yeah, Zuko shouldn't even be looking in that direction. He should 100% be focused in this area.
Yep. YKG, I don't think they're going to crash in just yet. They have a lot of options to play from that edge depending on where the circle goes, but PASSIONFRUIT is definitely in the way, so they're going to look for potential openings here. And if they find one, they might do the crash if they know that PASSIONFRUIT's down to just 3. We'll see what happens here. Zuko taking some shots. A little bit of risky drive, and baited right out. Chico gets the opening. That is exactly how YKG wants to do it. And look at this, all 3 cars. Oh, stopping short. I thought they were just going to crash right in. Yeah, I don't think they know that this was a 3-man team just yet.
Oh, Zuko, it looked like he was trying to crawl to the other room and was getting shot up too. That's tough. Meanwhile, here comes the crash. So Joey did make it relatively for free, but getting shot from Extreme Slayers. So he was out too far out in the open, and Joey goes down. A tough loss for YKG here. And let's see how they play it out here against the rest of PASSIONFRUIT.
PASSIONFRUIT, Nate, and Juancho. Juancho stepped up huge yesterday. Can he continue it? And potentially secure himself like an MVP spot by the end of the tournament. He's going to need to clutch this one out. Fierce, 24K and Chico are up for YKG. Fierce gets pieced up a little bit. They're trying to 2v1 him. Fierce gets one. Fires a pre-fire, goes for the quick thirst. The teammate, Nate, just running back upstairs. Too scared of Fierce putting the fear in him.
Oh, that's one of those plays where I think you just got to go for it. You got to go for it because now he's sitting and waiting. He's going to allow YKG to just get fully reset, and they're going to push on him eventually. So, like, in that situation, I think if you're Nate, you just got to send it. You got to go for the push. You have no choice.
Yeah. It looked like they were pushing together and they were just going to trade each other, but I don't know what happened. I don't know what made Nate run back at this last split second. Definitely some miscommunication, some synergy issues out of the team, and that's what's been plaguing PASSIONFRUIT. Even though they did so well yesterday, you could see they are still suffering from some of the most basic synergy pushes.
Chico getting knocked there was tough as well, and now we're going to see how Chico's going to go ahead and make a play here. He's going to go ahead and push up onto Nate any second now. They should go for it. Nate just trying his best to pre-fire this and catch somebody slipping. But here you go, Chico with the S12K pre-fires, waiting for the rest of the teammate. YKG, synergy-wise, should have this down, and they do take out Nate eventually. So now YKG have the buildings up here as a 3-man.
Yeah, as a 3-man, and it is in this next circle. So good job for them getting that opening and going for that push. They did unfortunately get third party, otherwise they could potentially have 4 up in that position. But the fight ensues elsewhere. Puppeteers against BOPE. Fuego, last one up for the team. He will go down. Puppeteers still hold on as 3-7 eliminations for them. They have to scooch just a little bit into zone. I think they have the edge of zone where they might be safe. You can see the Extreme Slayers team, though, just covering almost every single inch of the zone with that split.
They are posted up and ready to go here. You can see Canadian Eagles just trying to make a defense right now. They are crushing this game. 9 eliminations so far for the Canadian Eagles, and they have a pretty good solid spot in the zone. This building is pretty weak from that exact hill, so I think that's why they're defending it so hard, and that is definitely the right idea. They are rocking that 2-2 split, but oh my goodness, with Extreme Slayers on the other side, it is just a Canadian Eagle and Extreme Slayer sandwich. Puppeteers, there's just nothing they can do in this situation. Here comes the push.
Extreme
Robert.
Slayers deciding to go a bit aggressive now. So now they control this whole entire side. But Dawn catches a big one onto Remix and a thirst.
When doing too much goes wrong. You know, this is one of the, and Robert's gonna, I think, tuck tail after losing Remix like that. So, you know, you see Extreme Slayers were so confident trying to make some extra crazy plays, and just losing a player just like that has gotta hurt. So they're gonna cut their losses. I think stick with 3 and just go back to basics. And I think that's definitely the right play in this situation. Stay together. Stay together. Take those shots and wait it out. Because there's only 7 seconds left on the clock here. This zone, depending on where it goes, I mean, for the most part, Extreme Slayers can pretty much have their lay of the land. They can go pretty much anywhere. So at this point, it does go ahead and shift a little bit up to the north. That's not necessarily the best zone shift for Extreme Slayers, that's for sure. But they should just be able to be fine just for right now. Dong's the only one that's in really big trouble.
Yeah, Dong should go out here. Everyone else has the circle. We probably won't actually see too much action in this circle shift besides Dong getting eliminated. Teams will be setting up for the final circle. We still got a couple circles to go, even though the circle does look so small. Canadian Eagles with the 4-man team, the only team left with 4, but they're holding this 2-2 split, which can be cracked open potentially if one of the teams isolate a building. So they got to be very careful of that. And it's hard for them to group up at this point because there is a wide opening in the cross they got to make against the YKG team who's got pure sightlines onto them.
Shots ringing out there from Bad Boy. You can see exactly. Oh, Robert does catch Dog. So yeah, Puppeteers not able to make it here to the end game, but still put up a fight. Got some decent points on their way out as well. So Canadian Eagles are dead center. They definitely have the advantage here with rocking this 2-2 split, but they got to be careful because if all three of the Extreme Slayers push this building where Baby Tang and Bad Boy are, they're going to be in a 3v2 situation. This is where sometimes those 2v2s just don't pay off. And Baby Tang is looking in the wrong area right now. I mean, there's nobody over there in that direction.
Okay.
We know that, but I mean, even from looking in that direction, you know that there couldn't be anybody in that spot. So he needs to definitely be sparing at this back hill. That is where the threat is. That is where the threat is big time. Let's see. What is Extreme Slayers going to do? Are they going to decide to go ahead and push on that building? They don't have to just yet. I think they're going to wait until the last second unless they're forced to.
They could get the zone. They could get the zone,
It's
too.
possible, yeah.
Yeah, if it goes south, and that means YKG's got to make the move. If it goes north, Extreme Slayer hasn't got to make the move. And there's a chance where the circle might shift where all three teams still have a little bit of the zone to play with. So we'll see very shortly as this circle is about to pop here. Who is it going to favor? And it goes in a way where YKG does have to push. Yeah, I don't think those buildings are in zone anymore.
Oh, actually, it's so close. So close. I don't think it is either. You can see he was just trying to get right to that edge to see if it was. But, oof, that is the worst case scenario. The only way YKG really make it out of here alive is if Extreme Slayers decide to push that building on the side and YKG pushes the Wizard Tower at the same time. That's the only way either of these teams really are able to have a lot of success.
I mean, they got a lot of
Especially
smokes, though. They have a lot of smokes, and I said it earlier, Canadian Eagles doing a 2-2 split, it can be vulnerable from a full-on push from one of the teams. That is exactly what's going to happen. I would have liked to see Canadian Eagles maybe group up a little bit and hold up. YKG actually not pushing into Canadian Eagles. I don't know how I feel about this because now they're fighting against Extreme Slayers and the Canadian Eagles. Canadian Eagles, yeah, they're going to be nading YKG, and Extreme Slayers are going to be doing the same. I was hoping that they would just crash in and take, one fight.
Wizard Tower.
But they're taking two instead. And, 24K gets one back, but that's just a knock. And YKG are out of there. Canadian Eagles up to Jukes, 14.
Wow.
14
Could be a new record.
Eliminations. And that's off the start of the hot drop where they crushed MEZEXIS.
This could be a new record. We could see some stars in the making here, folks. Because so far the record, I believe, was in the finals, 15, right? So far. So let's see if they're able to go ahead and finish it out, at least when it comes to the finals. And let's see here as Quinn. Oh, wow, putting some shots down range. Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, they should have this game as long as they're able to just hold it off, throw all the utility. They need to save it, though. They shouldn't be throwing every nade they have until at least the circle starts closing. Yeah, I think Bob realized that.
Yeah, you got one nade left, so he decides to hold it. Could be some more on YKG's body, as Bob is going through those boxes. And the circle is closing ever so slowly. No one wants to crawl up onto no man's land down the middle. Robert GG is going to try to snake his way through the grass. It is a 3v4 situation, but this is Extreme Slayers we're talking about. They could still win this. 5 grenades out of Bob. Oh, it's over.
That's huge. Yeah, it should be over.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers, just eating the
Beautiful.
nades. The gunshots coming through. It's all down to break. Canadian Eagles, 4 up. Jukes, 14 eliminations. About to pick up 3 more once they confirm all 3. Bray gets 1, gets the point. Good job.
Take the point. Yeah,
good job out of
huge.
Extreme Slayers for getting that point. But Canadian Eagles, Jukes, that's the talk of the town. Off the start of a hot drop against MEZEXIS. Now, you say you don't want any teams take those hot drops, but hey, if a hot drop can lead to this, take them all day. Canadian Eagles stepping it up huge.
I think it was a combination of the hot drop and that zone going in a very beautiful direction right there. But way to get it done. 17 eliminations. What a performance to see here in the finals. To put up a game like that, I cannot stress enough just how insane it is. And we can just see Bob all over the match report right there. 6 eliminations all by himself. Just beautifully executed. These guys are going to rocket launch up the leaderboards just like that.
Yeah, and to start off the day with that chicken dinner, that's going to feel good. They still got 5 matches left to go. Anything can happen for them at this point, Jukes. And I can't wait to see what more crazy circles we're going to get, because the finals have not disappointed us. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after these highlights in the desk.
Canadian Eagles, man. You know, obviously you have to give them props for that victory, but I really want to say there was a World 7. If they lose that hot drop against MEZEXIS, MEZEXIS could have been the team coming out with this many limbs as well. But a ballsy move, and it paid off for them because Canadian Eagles needed these points.
It did pay off for them, but the way MEZEXIS, why? Why are we doing hot drops right now? Especially with what we're talking about. I want to see like the MEZEXIS from the first half of yesterday. Instead, we got the MEZEXIS from the second half because they lost a hot drop.
You know what? It happens. It happens sometimes. Let's be honest, though. That zone, bro, what the hell?
Yeah.
How do you go back to Milta when you're on military like that? That is ridiculous, and that's probably the only one of the big reasons why Canadian Eagles won this match. Let's take a look at the match rankings and see how many points they got. As we know, they had 14 limbs going to the final bout. Gets 17 in total, 27 points for them. But also, something we can't really forget about here, 7, Extreme Slayers, starting off the day in second place, get 12 points. And Hyper, well, you're not seeing him on the front page. So this is a big catch-up here out of Extreme Slayers as well.
And Hyper with just the 4 points there, not that much, you know, but Extreme Slayers, I will have to say, I feel like this team deserved the win if it wouldn't have come down to Remix overextending and thinking that Robert GG was going to be getting off his angle. And meanwhile, Puppeteer was like, hey, Remix, you're looking like a free ilm for us. You're looking like a free point. Let's take that right now. So little mistakes here and there by Remix still being able to overextend. Although by the way, Extreme Slayers, at one point, I think we're looking at him, they were controlling a quarter of the circle, and then once they shifted, they were controlling half of the circle. That's what I'm saying. Like, this team should have ended up with the win, but Canadian Eagles with the 17 ilms cannot be mad at that. It is a new record for the finals so far. Puppeteers with those 8 ilms. And then in Hyper, I don't want to keep on beating him up, okay? But
bro, let's beat up PASSIONFRUIT then.
Yeah.
You want to bruise some fruits, man? Like, what happened, man? I really want to know, like, why did Nate back away when Wancho went down up against, I think it was Fears? They had an easy 2-on-1. He backs up, and then Fears, like, confirms, and then, like, goes for the full reload. I don't know, man. I felt like that was a misplay for PASSIONFRUIT. I was hoping PASSIONFRUIT would win that fight, too, because they destroyed him on Vikendi yesterday when they crashed their compound. But it just wasn't meant to be.
It's something that Sute mentioned, which comes down to synergy, and this is something that we have seen still not working out for this team. The synergy still seems a little bit off. They kind of worked out yesterday for them with how they were able to perform, but you could see, especially right there, like, Nate should have just went for it. Nate, it's especially, I'm pretty sure Juancho was saying it's just one player, we can take him on. He decided to back off, and he ultimately ended up hurting them, but those little mistakes with how close it is right now towards the top in those top 5. I mean, I think at the beginning of the day I was mentioning 5th and 6th place is only separated by just 1 point. You can't be having those mistakes.
Well, to be fair as well for YKG, I felt like it was a mistake taking that fight up against Extreme Slayers. When you had 2 teams on opposite sides of Canadian Eagles, you could have pincered in on them and just destroyed that 2-2 split they had. But they took the fight against Extreme Slayers. Unfortunately, lost it for them. But either way, Canadian Eagles are going to be the one.
Pinned.
What's that?
They got themselves pinned there by pushing Extreme Slayers there. They kind of allowed Canadian Eagles to just start nading them, and they couldn't do anything. They were like, okay, we're going to have to take 2 fights. Whereas you mentioned, if they would have taken that fight at Wizard Tower against Canadian Eagles, it would have been such an easier fight.
Oh, yeah. And we don't know how it would have played out, but what we do know is the Canadian Eagles took the victory. Let's take a look at their player stats here in this last match and see where their limbs came from. And Bob, 6 limbs. Baby Tang picking up 5. Bad Boy picking up 3. And Quiddy picking up 3 as well. And the damage, it couldn't get more spread properly between the team.
which is ultimately what you want to see, right? Especially with the position that they had, they really didn't have to rotate much. They were holding that 2-2 split, as we mentioned. They got lucky, okay? They got lucky that YKG decided not to push him, but the team was able to react in a great way. And also, once they made sure that YKG was eliminated, they pushed the action right away. And that's something for Canadian Eagles that we do have to kind of give them props on, because this team before was known as a bit of a passive team. So for them to realize that, okay, we have the numbers, we have the advantage. One of the players from Extreme Slayers is currently knocked. Let's just send it to them. It worked out wonders for them. By the way, Bob, I think his name used to be Bell, so okay. I just realized you changed your name.
There you go. Yeah, I was like, Bob. I honestly, I'm looking at the results right from yesterday. Canadian Eagles were in 9th place at 35 points. With that 27-point victory, that would put them at 62, if I can do math correctly, which would be right behind YKG in 3rd place. Obviously, some other teams have moved as well, but for them to have that big of a game, that is a massive jump up and honestly puts them in arm's reach of top 5. But another team who did have a massive step up here, obviously getting to the, I think it was 8 eliminations on this one. Let's take a look at Puppeteers in this last match. And it was 8 indeed, and it was Dong. I mean, Dong was the one to punish Remix, and you can never sleep on the Dong.
Yeah, Dong with those off angles. I mean, that has become massive for this team. Even though he doesn't have the most ilms, I mean, he does currently have the most damage. Rise there being able to put up 3 ilms as well. Liu Jiang being able to put up those 2 ilms. And this is kind of what we want to continue to see, right? Not just the Dong show. We want to be able to see everybody else step up from his team. And this is a team that, I mean, they definitely need it, because at the start of the day, they were in 8th place, 36 points. There were something along the lines of 22 points away from that top 5. And that might not seem too much of a gap, but remember, it is just 2 days left.
Yeah, Dong can't do all the heavy lifting himself. He can't be the only one to rise up within the team. He needs some other soldiers by his side. Let's see what they can do here as we're going to head into Miramar as our 2nd match of the day.
Let's get it going here, man. We already had one of the most ridiculous circles I think we've seen so far in PMPL Esports, and it caused a lot of chaos, you know, and Hyper, so many different squads got punished. But I mean, I think we did see a lot of opportunities from those teams that are on the north side that the Des did a great job of breaking down which ones faltered.
Yeah, it was prime opportunity for so many of those teams, and I think most of the teams that were on that northern island did get a lot of points out of it, namely, of course, Canadian Eagles. But Jukes, let's see if the trend continues. Day 1, we had toxic zones. Starting day 2 off, that last match was the most toxic we've seen yet. Are we gonna get more, Jukes? That's the question.
Let's see, baby, as we get into match number 2. Heading on into Miramar. We got a nice little southern playing path right here. And actually, it's not a nice one. This is actually a really toxic circle for so many of these players. Not very many drop locations that are very friendly here. We're probably gonna have to see a lot of players stretch out, try to find some vehicles and head north.
Yeah, and maybe some teams will even decide to play it safe and drop even further south. Maybe we'll see a team just loot, you know, Los Egos because they don't want to stretch up north and then end up the circle popping down all the way in the south. That could be a potential possibility as well, as players are starting to drop out of the plane. I'm looking for potential hot drops, right? With the plane path this far south, you might see 2 teams pick an alternate drop spot that just so happens to coincide with one another. So looking at it now, don't see any hot drops as of yet. Ace of Spades and Extreme Slayers, you know, a little bit mixed up with one another on that eastern side, but they should be okay here.
Let's just see how okay they're gonna be.
Geez.
Goodness gracious. A ridiculous southern circle right here. We might get that Los Egos finish after all, especially if that zone, you know, shifts like the way we saw it in that last game. These teams are shaking their head. And this is what we were talking about, Zute. This is why I was stressing so much yesterday on how that single day of performance could be so huge, right? Because now you just do not have the reliability going into the next 2 days. You know, you don't know what's going to happen. Now you got Koi stuck by himself with a shotgun in hand, just praying that none of these players from Puppeteers come near him.
Yeah, he's about to get flanked by Faye. I don't even know if Faye has a weapon, though. Faye is on his backside, but we just started this drop, so Faye might not even have a weapon back there to shoot
Here comes
Koi.
GK first.
Yeah, quick cavalry coming in, and they're actually going to take this fight and pick up the point. And Hyper playing this very aggressive. How the tables have turned. It looked like it was Koi trapped by himself, and now it is Liu Jiang trapped by himself. Quick 1 point, and I think in Hyper, They got to get a move on. This is a team known for their rotations, and with that circle so far south, they might not even go back up north to loot. I want to see if they decide to go to their usual spot, Minis Generalis, which is a bit further north, or if they're just going to go ahead into circle and find some scrap loot there.
Man, that is how you get it done right there. Absolute insanity. Now let's go ahead and see how the rest of these players are opting to play out this situation. Meanwhile, you can see Cloudy got his eyes there towards Fishy. And they did get that knock. He's kind of scared to push out. He does get some nice shots, although that should be enough for a confirmation. Yep, and he gets it.
Yeah. So we do have one hot drop happening, which is the fight you're seeing right now. Lotus down to 3 already. Lotus, they did decent in the league stage, all things considered, but as Seven said, you know, we never saw Lotus really frag out. They were just kind of, you know, just had some good consistent games in the form of placement points all throughout league stage. But come finals, I think what Seven said is right. You need a team that is confident in fighting, because overall, when the points in a way reset coming into the finals and you have to start back over, you can't rely on just those placement points. You need to be able to take those frags, and we could see it really putting a damper on Lotus's performance right now.
Absolutely, indeed. You could see another 1v1 situation between Trick and Freepoint. Man, this is what happens when you have such a crazy playing path in circle. So many teams getting displaced. But hey, I like to see that, you know, Hyper was really aggressive. They decided to take that fight. Freepoint realizes that, hey, you know what? I'm trapped. I got to take the 1v1 while I can get it. He tried, but now every second that goes by, it looks worse and worse. Oh, if I would have went through the window, that would have been good.
That would have been huge. Freepoint doing a really good job playing on the side of his support line. You can see he's trying to get some help from the player up top, but the angle is just too steep, and he will go down. The rest of the other 2 players of 412, they're still in Los Higos looting up. So definitely being caught off guard with how fast Execute grouped up together and started pushing for real estate. 412 will lose that player. Man, I'm telling you, Jukes, things have quickened. The pace has increased by more than like 2-fold with how fast these teams are grouping up and looking to take different spots on the map now.
Man, I mean, it's tough, especially when you have that southern playing path. You got to be able to do all you possibly can in those situations. And, you know, Execute took advantage of it, and Hyper did as well. And we're starting to see those teams that did kind of stretch a little bit north already having to head back south. And 412, yeah, really close here to Execute. This is deep in the south side. And SLR looks to be headed in the same direction as well.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 teams around this area already. Execute, SLR, and 412. Another 412 player getting caught. It was the player from uphill trying to regroup back with his team. Execute looking to chase some points down. They can do this for like maybe the next minute or so, but they do have to be careful of SLR because SLR is getting very close by now.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and see just how close they're going to end up. And they really have no need to get into a fight this early. They could definitely hold it down, but obviously if they see some easy knocks, they're going to take them. So you can see Fate just trying to, looks like he's looking to get a little bit more information here as time goes on. This is still only stage 1, Zute.
Yeah. Teams are still looting right now. It just seems like we're further into the match with how fast Execute started, you know, to get aggressive. But we are still having a lot of teams loot up, not even rotating just yet. You can see YKG just now starting to make their rotation. Elsewhere on the map, Wall Street Bets, they looted from Picado, and they're slowly working their way into the zone now.
Wall Street Bets, you can see Bad just kind of getting set up. Yeah, this is just that planning phase, folks. So nothing too crazy so far. We did have a little bit of that hecticness there from the start. But, you know, position-wise, everybody seems to be kind of set up pretty well. Extreme Slayers are still up on that edge, way up north. They're still out of the circle, so they're going to be one of the last teams to get into this zone. But I don't think that's really much a problem, especially for a squad like them.
No. Oh, MEZEXIS gets a knock onto YKG. That's all the way in the far west side as we have a BOPE player isolated, Nightcrocs with the DBS. And I don't know if they know he's there because we are fighting in all the different little buildings. Here's that fight I mentioned earlier on the west side. Joey is still knocked. Baton up in the front lines, and Crow with the support gets 24K. YKG down to 2, and all of MEZEXIS is still up. This seems to be like MEZEXIS' map because yesterday on Miramar, similar Southern Circle, they absolutely destroyed it, getting that huge chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like they're looking to repeat that performance from yesterday on this map as well.
Baton trying to get some revenge. You can see MEZEXIS are just trying their best to really make up for that crazy loss. And now trying to catch Fears on the way out. I think they're going to hunt him down. I think they have to.
Yeah, oh, Fear stopped. Yeah, he's the last one up for YKG. MEZEXIS already have knocked 3. Fears, he's got to fend off a 1v4. I don't think he wanted to drive the car any further because it was smoking. But here comes the push out of MEZEXIS. And the zone shifts. It shifts back up north. So a good shift for a majority of these teams who decided to not hard rotate all the way down south.
He is, you know, Baton. Yeah, Fears right now just trying to do everything he can to make some magic happen. Let's see. I don't think MEZEXIS are going to give this up, though. My whole thing while watching this fight is MEZEXIS just has to make sure they don't lose a player for no good reason. You know, just, hey, stick together. Should be able to get him out. Yeah, just that's exactly how you do it. Just free fire like an absolute... Oh, they even went for the punch out!
That's
Baton. Oh, that is an anger punch if I've ever seen it right there.
Yeah,
He's mad after that last match.
That's also confidence, man. That is confidence and knowing that you definitely knocked him down to 1 HP. So imagine he got that. That could have been a highlight play for him. So, you know, getting some extra moolah in the bag if he wins that award. But the circle has shifted north, so MEZEXIS will have to get a move on. This is a much better start than last match for MEZEXIS.
What a great job indeed. Oh my goodness. This is what we've been waiting to see. And you can see Bat Boy looking to get some nades going here. The Lambo is toast. And you can see Baby Tane looking for some toes. XEZ, nowhere he's going to be able to run. So, hey, Canadian Eagles, right? Starting off with another elimination here. They get a nice knock onto Stellar. I'll tell you what, these guys are hyped after that last match. We talked about how much of a game of momentum this is. I mean, Jason talks about it all the time. And I'll tell you what, we're starting to see some of that momentum start up here for Canadian Eagles.
Oh, they are feeling it. I think they pushed straight into here and just overtook SLR's split. The Canadian Eagles, fast and furious, they are right now. 2 points, still got a long way to go, but I like seeing Canadian Eagles start getting more active early on. I think that's what they need, honestly. If they sit around too much for the most of the match, you know, they get a little stale, and then their fingers aren't warmed up. But to start off fighting early, maybe that's just exactly what they need. As Bob does get knocked, hopefully they could get that revive. And yeah, he should be okay.
Tons of confidence. Oh, BOPE says that. Oh, we want a piece of this. Okay. And they were so concerned with that res that they weren't able to kind of get that confidence. Oh, but they do get the knock onto Ophelia. So a great pause to the push from BOPE. And that's going to cause some hesitancy. That should be enough for them to get this res off.
Yeah, that's a very good knock.
Yep, leave.
Now they go for the res. Yeah, BOPE realizes they're at a disadvantage now. They don't want to press in, especially with 4 players about to be up. Nice try out of BOPE. I think with the way the standings are, BOPE realizes they got to get a little bit more aggressive. So they gave it a shot, messed it up. You know, execution's always the tough part in this match. As the circle shifts, once again, a little bit to the west, a little bit to the north. And PASSIONFRUIT in a very great spot. Same with Execute if they can hold that high ground all for themselves.
Yeah, you know what? By the way, I think that push would have worked from BOPE. I think it's just about their vehicle spacing. Ophelia just pushed really hard on that side. If you had another teammate just a little bit closer, it would have been an easy 2v1 situation. So hopefully something they could definitely look back at and fix, because by all means, they could have definitely taken him out there. But let's look at it in Hyper, right? In Hyper, top in the leaderboards, you know, as is tradition. And let's see if they can continue that lead. They did lose it a little bit yesterday. But we definitely saw some good confidence, some good plays from them on the way back. So let's see if they can have that same energy today. And nice. Oh, wow. Back and forth. Jat G going to go ahead and get these confirmations and pick up his teammate.
Yeah. getting
Pop,
both of them right
Pow,
there.
pow.
Two quick points. Should be able to get the revive as well. And yeah, Lotus, not sure what happened there. It looked like Lotus pushed down, but there was no one watching the push, and Anders here now, but way too late. The Lotus down to just one. This Lotus team, just a lot of mistakes everywhere. And Hyper getting into fight with Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers eating some casualties now. They're down to 2.
Let's take a gander here. Kindness getting that res off. Very, very nice. And Koi is eliminated. So this is another situation where Hyper is stuck as a 3-man, you know? And I'm really interested to see just how well these guys work it out here in this match. Because, I mean, I said I wanted to see it in the last one, but that circle just denied all that. That's for sure, right? So let's see if we can see it here in match number 2, because this is Miramar. They're going to have a lot of space to work with. They got a couple eliminations under their belt. And let's see how they decide to handle this. I love those smokes on that vehicle just in case. They know how important it is to have this in that situation. And backing it on up. They should be able to pick up Kindness here. Actually, no, Kindness is going to go ahead in that buggy, so maybe they're having a little chat right now. You know what I'm saying? Rin's like, okay, you guys got it? You got it? All right, let's go.
Yeah, I think they're actually looking for a small rotation right now. Maybe they scouted one of the buildings close by is clear. Yeah, they're going to hop over. And mainly just getting in a better position to rotate when the circle shifts. So in Hyper, they've got a plan. Unfortunate for them, they lose Koi early on. Once again, right, it's definitely a problem that Seven has brought up many times about Koi. So Koi definitely needs to tighten the game up a little bit before potentially they lose this lead. They're doing well right now. You can see the live finals ranking, but they are not far ahead by much at all.
And we're going to see the next zone come on down. Pretty centered up here. MEZEXIS are going to have to push through. They might have to push through Butterfly Effect here in a second. Another 1v1 situation. Pretty late in the game. Too long. Yep. And Lotus and Anders does take it. So he's going to go ahead and get that point for his team. That's going to be SLR eliminated. Lotus Esports, last player up, able to secure at least a point for the team. So they're not going to go down with a goose egg.
PASSIONFRUIT dead center in the best
Chilling.
spot in the game right now with 4 up as well. They're going to have sight lines on everything. Yeah, BULUC, he's got the ammo to take shots at everything. Cars, vehicles, wheels, players. That's a great spot to be in right now for PASSIONFRUIT. Let's see if they could hit those shots, though, like the way Hyper does. Because whenever Hyper gets a great spot in the zone, they could convert it to elim points. And that is not a thing we see, you know, a lot of teams be able to do. They sometimes get that zone, and all they can manage to do is put in damage numbers and not get the confirmations.
Let's see here as Baton looking to make some moves. Oh, Cloudy, full sending it on up. Very, very nice. Oh,
Ooh.
take it to end right. Oh, he actually gets knocked in the process. It's just Onder all by his lonesome. So here comes the Redis, the Butterfly Effect, and Kubi does catch him slipping. So very, very nice right there.
I like this proactive play out of Butterfly Effect. They were in the previous zone on the very edge on the high ground. They were scouting this spot out, noticed very little movement, so probably not 4 players stacked up in there, so they went for the heads-up play to take that spot now rather than later, and they will be rewarded with the point and, more importantly, a great position within the zone. Meanwhile, on the south side, Canadian Eagles, they are fired up, but how fired up can they get here as they need a breach into the zone? Taking a look at Ace of Spades, deciding a little bit too much resistance, and they're going to swing down to the south side, maybe just edge in on the southeast side of the zone. They're going to take a lot of shots, though.
Oh,
Bob goes down, and I don't think he's going to be able to get revived. No, he gets confirmed.
He gets destroyed right there. That's going to be a tough loss there for Canadian Eagles. But, you know, they do have 4 eliminations so far. So a good, solid start to the match already. Meanwhile, I wonder if, yeah, Wall Street Bets, there's no way they push out. They're going to just hold it down for at least now.
Yeah, Canadian Eagles still not in the zone right there. So, they got to keep moving.
And they do not look like they're going to be able to get into the zone anytime soon because they got BOPE on one side, they have Ace on the other. Let's see how they decide to handle it. Oh, even Nightcrocs. Nightcrocs gets the knock on the Bad Boy. Wall Street Bets should be able to have a good idea what's going on right behind them. And it wouldn't be bad to push out in this scenario. Should be some easy eliminations if they do.
Yeah, but with
Oh,
BOPE
actually,
on the
no.
top,
BOPE, yeah, BOPE right on the other side of them. There's no way. Yeah. They're stuck.
Canadian Eagles should have just, you know, taken the straight route and just pushed right into ace of spades. It's tough sometimes, you know, when you don't get that opening. You feel like there's another play elsewhere. But this late into the match, chances are there is no easy, you know, rotation in. You got to take a fight. They should have took the one that was right in front of them. It's a learning point for Canadian Eagles. They had a huge game the previous one, but as you can see, still some things to improve on. Circle goes up north, putting a lot of teams still in the zone. Execute, one of the big teams that have to move, and MEZEXIS as well. Both of those two teams I mentioned have 4 players up, and they're going to have to breach into the zone.
Let's see how they do it. Yeah, here comes Jachi. Finally, Wall Street Bets leaving their building, but I think they are definitely concerned with BOPE on the other side. So you can start seeing Baby Tang. Actually, he's able to make it on up here. Whoa, catches him slipping and looking to get a nade into this building as well. Wall Street Bets playing this very, very passive right now. And a great nade. Baby Tang.
Wow.
Shutting down Wall Street Bets all by himself.
Okay, I thought Canadian Eagles was done down there, but oh man, that nade, Baby Tang popping off. That's going to be 2 more points. Oh, maybe 3 if he can hit this shot.
Woo!
He gets summoned, and he's going for the wheels. You get, oh, the headshot right out the bucket. Baby
Wow.
Tang, 5 elims. And we thought Canadian Eagles was done for.
Unbelievable. I mean, crazy elimination. 7 with just 1 player up. Another solid performance. I don't care who you are. If you are in the finals and you can't get a chicken dinner, 7 points is great. And especially coming off of a finals record elimination game. 17 in a chicken dinner. Goodness gracious.
Game's not over yet. Not even close, though,
That's
Jukes.
true.
Take a look at how many 4-man teams are still up this late into the match. The game could go any which way still, as we still have more circles to come out. Obviously, a lot of teams on the west side here. A lot of strong compounds here. MEZEXIS, they're on the edge. They're scouting things out. They do not have an easy way in. To their north, it's Excuse with 4. Right in front of them is Butterfly Effect. Also with 4, and a huge knock
Kubi
onto Baton. Traded right back.
Let's see what he can do in the process. Crow making some shots right onto Butterfly Effect. Crow going to go ahead and throw that Molotov. Very nice. And they're trying to figure out what they can do because they are on the pressure. They're on the edge of this circle. I like the fact that they're taking this fight right here, right now. They don't want to risk waiting until the zone absolutely closes, and they have no choice but to push in.
Butterfly Effect getting that revive. MEZEXIS doing the same right now. It will be reset back to 4v4, but MEZEXIS is the one under pressure. This circle shift is definitely going to be very bad for MEZEXIS, unless if it hard shifts on the west side.
And let's see here. Yeah, MEZEXIS just playing this edge the best they can. They still have the numbers, but they need to have a successful push onto Butterfly Effect here. Lucky for them, I don't think they're in a position to get third party if they decide to take this fight. So we'll see where this zone goes. If it obviously pushes right back onto them, they're not moving. But if the second this zone pushes on over to a team like Hyper, they need to push on Butterfly Effect immediately.
Oh.
Take it. Take the fight. Oh, Inactive tried to go the other way. Ugh.
Oh, no.
This is brutal. This is one of the worst case scenarios. I mean, you could see them trying to find a different option than the obvious one, and then that just, you get punished in those situations. You had to,
He's going to get naded. He's going for the revive right where he got knocked. Oh, he is definitely getting naded. And he does get up, surprisingly.
Run away.
Excuse. I think Excuse should be pressing this, but with that circle so close by to Excuse, they don't want to risk losing players in this fight as well. So MEZEXIS, they'll be reset once again. But now they have less time to work with. Matt eats a big nade. Doesn't go down, though. MEZEXIS, what are they going to do? Are they going to fight north into Excuse or go straight in against Butterfly Effect? No easy choice to be made here.
Not at all. This is absolutely brutal here in this situation. And not to mention, they almost risked a third-party scenario with Butterfly Effect just by taking so long on that fight. So they still have 2 minutes. So they have a little bit of time to breathe, but they need to start applying that pressure on a butterfly effect right now.
Yeah, looking back into butterfly effect, they are trying to get an opening. They got one earlier, but it got traded, so everything had to go back to a standstill as we're taking a look who will have the most eliminations. Most of us went with Passion Fruit, dead center, high ground, and Hyper, though, on the edge of the map with 3, always a contender for getting those elims. MEZEXIS getting closer and closer. They're at the wall now, so trying to get further ground. Butterfly effect has backed up to the other side, playing hard defense.
Playing some really tough defense indeed, and that's what they need to do. They just need to play keep away. The blue zone, oh, the zone, leaving all of them though. Butterfly effect has to do something. And yes, they do get a nice finish there onto Skyline, and they're gonna have to push. Actually, no, they are on the edge of the zone still. So just there on the edge. My feed is a little delayed. Let's see how they decide to handle it though. Inactive, just worst case scenario here. Just gonna have to make a play.
Yeah, it was actually Execute that got the knock on to MEZEXIS, so that is unfortunate. Butterfly effect do steal the point away. MEZEXIS down to 3. Butterfly effect knows it's a 4v3 situation now. You see them just holding the angles, playing defense, not wanting to risk too much. MEZEXIS in a very precarious situation now. Kubi moving around D, trying to look for the angles. They're out of nades, I think, or else we'd see some more nades fly in. But exposed
Nice
Baton!
shot.
Exposing his feet just too much.
Bro.
Just like that, MEZEXIS gets cut down to 1, and here comes the aggression. Butterfly effect looking to finish this one out.
Yeah, very smart. Butterfly effect should. They want to have their backs completely cleared, and yeah, this fight did take a little too long, so you start seeing an excuse, like kind of want to peek over that hill saying, oh, what's going on over here? Maybe we got a third-party situation, but they did clean it up just in time. Matt still on the prowl, though, with that 3-peek, looking to find anybody slipping. Let's see where this next circle goes. And honestly, if the circle goes on the other side of the map towards N-Hyper, I think Excuse has to take this fight with Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, we'll see any second now. It centers pretty much. Oh, Passion Fruit in a great
Take
spot.
it.
One of the Passion Fruit members knocked right now as Execute. Oh, have to make a Hail Mary cross through the wide. Yeah, that's not even enough smokes. Execute's pretty much done for here. Passion Fruit should be able to confirm those points. Nades coming in. Does a lot of damage. No knock, however. Passion Fruit still with 4 up. Finds Trick. It's all down to Casper. Should pretty much just deny the point. Can't do anything there. Even if he gets a knock, he will not be able to confirm the point.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, Casper's last one up. Just, yeah, trying to make something happen, but with this zone, there's nothing that can happen. He's going to be stuck on the open. Maybe he might be able to do that point on the Cloudy, though.
Oh, he can.
Yep. Oh, got him. Got him. Get the confirmation. And that's going to do
he
it.
does.
So, wow, Casper stealing a nice point before he goes out. Beautiful.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect losing that player. They need it now, though. Excuse mounting the defense. Rosh goes down. They're pushing up fast. 2 of Excuse. No, 3 of Excuse are up. They make that 2. 1 player left up for Butterfly Effect. Jason in the 1v1. He got the knock. Jason, can he clutch this up? He does not. Kai will be able to get the full reset unless 412 somehow sneak over here. But I don't think 412 will have that knowledge. Actually, 412 getting cut down hard by the likes of N-Hyper. N-Hyper just picked up a lot of elim points as that fight was playing out. 412 down to 1. It looks like, yeah, will be the last player, Vic here. And N-Hyper getting aggressive now, looking to pick up some more points. Extreme Slayer is still in this match with just 1. It's just Remix. Excuse, though, Jukes are resetting back up to 4. That is huge for them.
That is insanely huge for them. And meanwhile, N-Hyper on the low ground here, trying to find their way up. Passion Fruit, they have all the sight lines in the world. This is where they need to get up even more aggressive. Mombai, though, does get a knock onto Valak. That's going to slow them down for a little bit. Zuko and the rest of the squad are going to have to make something happen. I think he slipped off the roof of the building. Actually, no, he pushed off. Okay, so he's going to go ahead and full send it off the spot and going to try to apply pressure to N-Hyper. You can see the tightest of peaks. Very, very small angles. Passion Fruit going to have to make it happen, though, up top. They need these points.
Extreme Slayers did get finished off by N-Hyper, so N-Hyper pick up another point. Excuse in a terrible position now as they realize they don't have much hard cover behind that little hill. And Passion Fruit looking to nab some points. You can see Juancho going aggressive here. I like this. They realize they need to get some points now. Up to 6. It's a lot. but they want more, especially with such a good position. They did lose Valak. I'm not sure how they lost Valak. They had firm control of the top ground the entire time. There's no way Valak should have gotten knocked and thirsted. But with 3, they could still win this. Problem is, NHyper also have 3, and you would rather have 4 against the likes of NHyper. Nate almost gets knocked there, jumping
GK
off the roof.
GK first, taking out that player right there for 4-1-2. Here we go. It's PASSIONFRUIT versus NHyper in a 3v3 situation. If Valak didn't go down, they would have had the man advantage. But this is what we're talking about. Koi was gone all the way at the start of the game, and NHyper are putting up one heck of a performance here with a 3-man.
I mean, they've been playing 3-mans for a majority of their games. Starting from yesterday, the last match, Koi went down early. The previous one, Koi went down early. This match, Koi went down early. But NHyper, it's almost like they're used to playing as a 3-man at this point because they make it work. Can they clutch out this game, though? 3v3, both teams have the edge of the zone, south and north. That means we're going to go down to the final circle, Jukes. So this is going to be a very close one. And NHyper have smokes to use. I'm pretty sure PASSIONFRUIT has a lot of util as well, since they've been just pretty much putting shots out on everyone on the high ground.
I'll tell you what, I give the advantage to PASSIONFRUIT when it comes to overall vision, overall placement, where they're at. But, man, I'll tell you what, NHyper are dangerous from long and mid-range.
Yes.
These guys do not miss. So, Nate, getting in the vehicle because he's thinking he's going to have to probably send it to that hill there. But it's going to be so risky. I don't even think he drives up and makes it. He goes for it.
Both teams.
Nope,
Both teams need to move into the middle. Looks like PASSIONFRUIT will go in first and secure that spot. They could get naded, though. Zuko still hanging back right now on the high ground. Smokes coming down. Util now being thrown out. Zuko trying so desperately to get that knock. I think Zuko should honestly just go down. And NHyper is going to be smart enough not to overpeak that. But with the blue zone pressing behind, Zuko can stay up there. The nades are coming in. Nate almost gets knocked. Juancho, hopefully the comms went through. Hey, I'm not pushing with you right now. He needs to get that first aid off.
Zuko is there to give all those sight lines, all that information to the rest of his squad, which is going to be huge, but they're going to have to play this perfectly.
Oh!
Kindness getting a knock onto Nate. These guys with these util is just so crazy. Let's see what Zuko could do up top. He's got to make something happen for his squad.
12 shots
get
left.
This res off. Oh, 12 bullets. That's not going to be enough.
Oh,
Here they go with the res.
Footsteps are so close.
Oh, he's got that 249. It's got plenty. But the play
Zuko.
zone gets him!
Oh.
They get the reses off, but it's not going to be... Let's see what Juancho can do. Juancho, you got to make something happen for your squad.
Gotta win that one.
You can't get Kindness. Kindness is 1 HP.
Wait, Nate got GK first, though. And Nate is still very healthy. Kindness is getting the first aid off. No, that is terrible.
Molotov? Oh, he pushed out way too far, but that actually might have worked. But, but the play from Kindness, the synergy, just too strong. It's NHyper that win match number 2.
Oh, man, I feel like PASSIONFRUIT could have had that. I get keeping Zuko up on the high ground, but when you're against NHyper, they are smart enough not to give way to that high ground cover. I think Zuko should have pressed down, but NHyper finishing the game out as a 3-man team, getting 8 eliminations, 1,600 damage. I mean, obviously there is still a disparity between skill level and execution and team synergy when it comes to PASSIONFRUIT and NHyper. PASSIONFRUIT still had a huge game. It could have had 4 up though, Juice. That's what's sticking out in my mind. Valak going down. I don't know how he went down, but they should have had 4 up going into that last fight.
Yeah, 100%. It's just, you could just tell, right? It's 100% what we've been talking about this whole time. It's just that synergy, just little mistakes here and there is what's costing PASSIONFRUIT so much. If they're able to dial that in, it's one dangerous squad. But man, you know what? Still got to be proud of the performance that they put up. Got to be even more proud, of course, of NHyper being able to clutch it up an entire game of Miramar with only 3 players.
That's just typical NHyper magic, but games are not done yet, guys. We still got 4 more, and things are definitely heating up right now. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after the highlights and the desk.
Koi, someone get Monster Energy and an Hen Hyper flavored drink, man. This team is popping off. Losing Koi in the beginning, still coming out on top there and closing things out for a victory. I know we questioned a lot about Hen Hyper, but you know what? Get me one of those Hen Hyper flavors. It's going to be like a red can. I don't know. It's going to have like the face of GK first on it. I don't know what I would do. I would probably like drink it and then frame it. Maybe pour it on Seven's head because I still owe him from last regionals. But you know what? Seven, I might have lost the battle when it came to predictions, but I won the war when it came to the match.
Yeah. I think we just saw in Hyper synergy just at perfect display as we're going to be looking at the match ranking because, oh my gosh, dude, the way they were able to throw up those smokes to block off Suko's vision whenever the other players from PASSIONFRUIT decided to push up, and then they were playing so tight together, like that is... If anybody needs to work on synergy, PASSIONFRUIT Esports, go back and look at how Hyper was able to play that. They come out with the win, 18 points for them, even though they were able to do it with just 3 players. And to be fair, PASSIONFRUIT Esports, they were able to take advantage of that high ground that they had, the center position that they had in the circle. At least 9 elims out of them being able to come out with the most elims. 15 points for them. They're not going to be mad at that.
Yeah, I think the only thing they could possibly be mad at is that BULUC. Like we talked about Koi go down early, but we talked about BULUC quite a few times as well. I even like chatted with Zute and Hot Jukes really quickly, and like we're wondering like how did BULUC even go down? How did he get knocked? How is he out of the game with the position that they had? I'm assuming it had to have been overextension, and I would assume that if PASSIONFRUIT have 4 players, they win that fight against Hyper.
Yeah, but I mean, we could say the same thing for Hyper, right?
No, they don't need
alive.
They didn't need 4 to win, man. They only needed 3.
Yeah, true.
YKG 0 points, Extreme Slayers 2 points, which is kind of a shame for them because again, they were trying to catch up to Hyper in first place, but this has catapulted them even farther forward. And MEZEXIS, it looks like we're continuing to get that second half of the day on day 1 play out of them so far here in day 2.
Yeah, not only that, YKG there towards the bottom with 0 points. That's going to be hurting them in regards to pursuing there for that first place, trying to catch up Hyper, especially after this win out of Hyper.
Yeah, well, let's take a look actually at Hyper's player stats here on the day, because there's something Seven really wanted to break down here, and one of these things is not like the others.
Yeah, definitely not like the others. By the way, first of all, let's start off with the positives here. Kindness, you know what? 3 elims, putting up numbers. Rain, too, it's good to see that Rain is actually putting up good performances for them because we've been talking a lot about Kindness and GK first. But the thing I really want you to focus on, ladies and gentlemen, is the player all the way to the right of your screen. That's right, Koi. He's currently averaging 78 damage, which I'm actually impressed is being able to average that because his average survival time, it's only 6 minutes and 21 seconds. That is just absolutely ridiculous. Now, keep in mind, it is just 2 games, right? But it kind of goes back with what I was saying at the beginning of the day, which was Koi needs to start working on not overextending, on not getting caught early on because his average survival time yesterday was at 16 minutes. Even below of what Kindness and GK First are currently being able to do. And that's with them getting a win. So, Koi, please start working on that. I feel like this team, their potential for Americas is going to be hindered whether Koi can stay alive or not. Even if he is able to get at least 1 element, it's just not good, man. It's going to hurt them in such a way. And at what point, honestly, I'm just going to throw this out there. At what point, if Koi continues to perform like this and getting eliminated early on, at what point do you say, FS, do you feel like playing? Because you actually did pretty good during Phase 3.
You know what? If I'm Koi, I know what's going through his head. He's like, man, I got some errands I need to do real quick. Can you guys just carry me? And he just like hops in one of their vehicles and he like goes and, I don't know, like vacuums his apartment or something. Like they don't even need him at this rate. But yeah, you do have to wonder, like Koi, he's been massive in performing here in the finals so far, where we talked about him being such a pivotal part to the success of Hyper
Jason,
in the league stage. What's up?
Thing is that, okay, underperforming in the finals, yes, but also underperforming for league stage, I feel like, considering with the way that they've been able to play and just the same pattern over and over again with him being one of the players that's usually eliminated first. That's the main concern for me, right? I hate pointing it out and I hate being so negative towards players, but it's just so obvious for us to see, especially when we look at the stats and when we're looking here at the overall ranking. I mean, luckily for him, his team is currently in first place and they are able to get those chicken dinners whenever it's just 3 players.
And I thought I was supposed to be the negative one here, but you're right. And Hyper, 20-point lead, currently in first place over Extreme Slayers. PASSIONFRUIT still hold on to 3rd place, though, with the performance in that last match, obviously. But Canadian Eagles, man, sneaking into 5th place right now at 69 nice points. YKG, though, only 2 points ahead of them, and there's a very real possibility if MEZEXIS execute, or even Puppeteers, if they have a phenomenal game, that they could get caught and YKG could be knocked out of top 5. Now, I never would have said YKG would not make it into regionals. I fully expected them to, but now I'm getting a little bit worried, man. I think I had them as one of my top 3 teams at the end of the finals in our predictions we did like over a month ago.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I had him in 2nd place after Hyper. So yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried here because of what we saw yesterday too. I think it was towards the end, which we were mentioning too. If it would have been for that win that they got at the last game, they wouldn't have been top 5 at the beginning of the day. It would have been a completely different story. And right now, it's starting to become that story again of, okay, YKG, we know you got the potential. Where's the YKG from phase 1? Where's that YKG with the potential?
Where's the YKG from Spring Split, man? Let's actually head over to our commentators. We're dropping into our 3rd match of the day now. It's going to be Sandhawk and Hot Jukes and Zute. Take us in.
Where's YKG in general, baby? Come on, right? Where are you, Joey? Joey, I said it before you started doing it, right? It's time to start Joey, okay? Right here, right now. Most eliminations, baby tag. Oh, it's from Canadian Eagles up on top. All right, let's get it going here. I'd love to see some mix-ups here in the finals. It's Sandhawk, baby, the most chaotic map in the game. Let's get it going.
Let's get it going indeed. We're starting this off with a very western plane path, which could cause some shenanigans to happen on the east side. As you can see, a lot of the loot is on the eastern side of the map. More curious, though, how is the circle going to play out? That last match, finally, we had a very normal standard circle, and we could see what Hyper does with a very normal standard circle, even as a 3-man, right? So will we get some craziness here on Sandhawk? It is the best map for that craziness to happen.
Oh, 100%. Here we go. And we asked for that northwestern island circle yesterday, and we got it. And PASSIONFRUIT was not able to capitalize off of it. So that had to sting. Hopefully they can kind of make it up here in this one. Let's see where the zone's going to go, though. Come on. Where's it going to go? Cave. Let's go cave. Come on, baby. All right. There's a chance.
There's a chance.
There's a chance.
There's a chance, indeed.
Little baby chance.
This is definitely one of the most standard circles in all of Sandhawk, so every team should have a good, solid game plan planned out for this one. We might not even see too much fighting because we've noticed the pace has slowed down. I mean, rotations have increased, but the pace at which teams like to take those early game fights, they really hold it off. And with a circle like this where everyone has to just condense a little bit more to the center, we might see a slow start for Sandhawk now.
Yes, they will. So SLR, dead center, you know, they're going to get up to a quick start. We've seen them utilize this zone pretty often. Puppeteers knows exactly what's going on. They know exactly which team is here. And they got their eyes on them. So they got to kind of be a little bit careful, I think, here in this situation. Because too many times we've seen SLR decide to go up that exact hill. But I think this time, Puppeteer said, no, we're not going to do it. Yeah, you can even see XTZ. He's looking for it.
Yeah, he knows. He knows Puppeteers is on that hill already watching them. So they want to rotate, though. They don't want to be caught stuck in boot camp. And now would be the best time before teams get too close to them. So they're looking for another way out. They obviously don't want to go south on top of that Puppeteer hill. YKG, meanwhile, on the other hand, on the north side, let's see what they have in store, what they have in plan. I think they might be looking for a vehicle because we do see YKG manage to get some consistent vehicle spawns out there on that northern side. In Hyper, already with the huge rotation on Sandhawk, with the vehicles running straight into Excuse. Are they going to be ready for this fight? We'll see very soon as they do stop short. So very smart just precaution out of them. And look at this. And Hyper.
Unreal.
And Hyper. They don't need to know that there's a team up here. They just do the playbook. They stick to the fundamentals and look at where fundamentals get you. That little passenger drop off right there, right before the player baits out the rest of the team to shoot at him. Beautiful. Beautifully done out of Hyper.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And here comes Koi on that off angle once again, but he's caught in a 1v1 situation. He goes down and is possibly about to get thirsted by Matt. Oh, Matt goes for the big nade rather than the instant thirst.
Uh-oh,
Rush.
1v2. But there's a third team coming here. 412. 412 is looking over here. So in Hyper, they finish out the fight, but 412, they are looking to finish Oh no, they're backing off.
No way.
412
No
backing
way.
off.
And
They're
Hyper
happy with
backing
just
off.
1 point. You can see Hyper's running. They are like, no way this team is gonna back off and let us go for free.
Wow.
Oh, and Hyper catching a huge break here.
That is a massive break. I'm so shocked. You know what? You know what it is? I guarantee you, it's the Hyper factor. It's the Hyper factor, Zute. That's the only answer it could be. Because I guarantee you, right? 412 saw the feed. They knew it was Hyper left up.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, let's not take this fight. And that's all it took.
I mean, also 412's in a great spot in the zone, so that probably had a little bit to do with it, right?
You have to take that fight. I guarantee you,
Yeah,
if
I
it was
agree.
a different team name, they're taking it. This guy. Bye-bye.
I like how he took his time with that one.
Get the confirmation, dude.
I mean, he doesn't need to.
Do it. Why not?
Nah, I mean,
Or maybe
he's gonna
he could
wait.
use it to bait. Yeah, maybe,
Yeah.
but no.
He's definitely supposed to wait a little bit just to make sure there's no one else, right, covering that. So there was no need to go for that thirst because you don't see anyone else running to him for the revive. So he'll go for that thirst and get knocked instead. They should be able to recover this. The red dot spray from Baton. You like seeing that? Oh my gosh!
Wow.
That was from Supra.
Woo!
Actually, oh, that was from BOPE from a whole nother different angle.
Unreal. And I'm telling you, the shots here are insane from long range. It's like, I don't get it. Like, these guys are just straight laser beams. They don't miss. It's crazy to watch.
This is the finals.
It's the finals,
Teams are-
baby. Right?
Teams are playing on point. Even the smallest mistakes will cost you now, as teams are definitely warmed up and playing for a large sum of money. And on top of that, right, making it into the Americas finals. So we'll see how these teams keep playing, as this is still only Circle 1. I thought we're going to get a very slow Circle 1, and you can argue it is slow, only one team out, but Hyper stepping it up, picking 3 quick points, and getting that top hill control.
And let's see what they're going to opt to do, man. Yeah, that reset was huge. 3 eliminations as well. These guys are putting up more points on the board. They're going to start creating that separation really soon if teams aren't going to be careful. So this is the Hyper I've been waiting to see, right? I didn't want to see an Hyper that took too long to warm up. These guys started off pretty a little shaky out the rip, but had a good end to day number 1 and are looking to put up even more points on the board here. Look at that. We're going to already start to see a little bit of gap. You know, guys, of course, wait to see what the actual scores are at the end of the day. Always make sure that you're subscribed to all the socials. Use that hashtag PMPLNA anytime you want to chat about it as well. Let's see where the zone goes. Come on, I want to see a hard shift all the way down to cave. Come on. Let's give it to me one time.
Oh, it goes south. Cave is still in zone. Hyper get the center of zone. I want to see Execute and Hyper fight it out 4v4 right there. They're isolated for now. It could be a huge fight for the Execute team. Hyper probably won't give any free openings. But, man, take a look at how compacted that north side is. Everyone on that northern half of the circle right now.
Oh, good. Wow. Okay. Yep. Everyone is indeed. And that southern shift is going to give a little breathing room for these teams there on the south side, or teams to even push on the south side as well. So let's see what it's all going to end up with here in the next few moments, as we can see Nate from PASSIONFRUIT starting to push on up. And I'll tell you what, this PASSIONFRUIT squad, I will say this. We have been seeing them get better and better pretty much every day of this tournament. And they started off pretty shaky.
Yeah. PASSIONFRUIT coming into this finals, I didn't really have too much high hopes for them. I didn't expect them to do as well as they are now, but they really stepped it up. Day's not done, though. Tournament's not nearly done. I think we are just at the halfway point. So PASSIONFRUIT, they're going to need to keep this energy up for another whole half if they want to see some great results at the very end.
Let's take a look here. Canadian Eagles holding it down right now. Nothing too shaky. Anything really standing out to you, Zute, looking at the map?
Mainly just YKG. They're still all the way on the north side, just chilling, it seems. I don't know what they're planning. Maybe they might be planning a huge wrapping rotation. They might be even trying to camp out PASSIONFRUIT because it's worked multiple times in league stage. So they might be just waiting up there. Yeah, they might just be waiting for PASSIONFRUIT to make that same mistake again. But PASSIONFRUIT smartly has rotated a different way down. So, hey, if you're not going to rotate in the zone, may as well sit still and camp out a potential team. But we know from the mini-map, no one's coming their way.
All right, yeah, play it safe. Play it safe indeed. And taking a look right now as YKG full running out there on the blue zone. Just full sending it away on foot. Meanwhile, Lotus in a buggy. They're going to be starting to send it on over. Lotus having a lot of trouble here in the finals. This is, I believe this match, this match here marks the halfway point of the tournament, too. So, I mean, a lot of these teams that had that rough start are going to have to start bouncing back here and from now on. And I'm telling you what, the games are only going to get more tough every single one that goes by.
Yeah, it is. It is. Teams near the top are going to be fighting even harder right now to keep that spot. So it's just going to make it more difficult. It's an uphill climb, for sure, for the teams on the lower half. But Canadian Eagles, they came out swinging on the first match today, and all of a sudden, right, their name is in contention for the top 5. So any one of these teams could also secure that chicken dinner and be in the conversation. Circle is still closing, has yet to shift. I said it's going to be a slow start to the first half of the Sandhawk match with the first zone. It is indeed looking to shape out that way. But circle shift, where is it going to go, Jukes? You want it down in cave once more?
Come on down in cave, baby. You know, Ace and Execute want that. I'd love to see it one of these days, but we got a glimpse of cave, at least during the league stage, and
Wow.
It's gone. Close, though.
That's a big zone shift for NHyper, though.
A huge one. And for YKG, right? YKG, you're going to have a tough time. They have to push through every single team. Now, they have been practicing that edge play, but look how split they are here, Sue. What do you think about that?
I don't think they were planning on running into a fight this far out in the zone, so that's why they're so split up. But it's either way, it's working out for them. Fears is knocked. He should maybe get revived. Wait, there's a butterfly effect player all the way on the flank, I think, on all of YKG. It might be D, as Joey's looking to just get this confirmation point. Fears goes down. And elsewhere on the map, things are heating up. Extreme Slayers going for a hard rotate. There is a very strong spot that is open on the map. Will they find it? They do. They rotate dead center, lose one player. That can be argued as maybe a decent trade, especially in a map like Sandhawk.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I think that is a decent trade. That's for sure in this kind of situation. And let's see what Extreme Slayers can do with 3 up now, right? Can they have a little NHyper-esque finish? It's going to be a lot harder to do in this map, that's for sure. Let's see, BOPE. BOPE centering up right now, holding it down. And, oh, what a nice nade there from Nightcrocs on the skyline. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, MEZEXIS feeling some of the pressure now. MEZEXIS really split up with really good sight lines, though, so BOPE can't just push up for free, even though they got an opening. You can see right here, inactive looking everywhere. A lot of teams to look at on this edge. MEZEXIS has a lot of work ahead of them trying to hold this northern half against Canadian Eagles and the likes of BOPE. Skyline will be caught and found out. MEZEXIS down to 3.
And you can see a Supra taking some shots, not able to hit the mark just yet. Wow, nice blind shots through the grass there to just poke away at Baton. Canadian Eagles, I'll tell you what, look at this. Look how tight these guys are playing. I'm telling you, these guys are turning things up here in the finals.
Single file line. That's how close they are to one another.
Woo.
Ready to get any instant trade on some snakes. MEZEXIS force of back off after another player got knocked on the hill. They'll have to give away the northern compound side to the Canadian Eagles. This will give them a foothold to push even further up. MEZEXIS, they need to make something happen right now. They need to play a defense that they have not been able to play before. As is that another team getting really close by? SLR. No, just a little bit further out in distance. So BOPE pushing up. MEZEXIS against 2 teams, and the zone is about to shift.
Here comes the big shift. Where's it gonna go? Most likely probably a center up here in this position. Joey with a nice nade there onto White Elegy. And let's see how he decides to play it. Actually, he's going to leave himself open to Long. Long in the grass. I'll tell you what, Long is so dangerous here in Sandhawk.
Oh, Play zone.
Get it? Oh, he
Oh.
gets shot right there at the last second. Oh, a northern shift. This zone has been ping-ponging
What?
all over
Oh,
the
wow.
place. I mean, hey, it's the finals, baby. This is what we waited to see. And look at that XCZ eliminating YKG.
YKG, I feel like they played this. I feel like they played the zones incorrectly. They were really counting on the passion fruit points. Passion fruit never came, so they came in so late into the zone. Faced too many teams, and Hyper just hard chilling right now. They're at the edge of the zone at that compound, and that compound's a really good one to continue on with the rest of the match. This could be a huge end Hyper game. We'll see what passion fruit can do here with only 2 though.
See what they can do. Things are definitely starting to heat up here as time has gone on. We're now hitting stage 4, about to hit stage number 5. Now let's see how crazy things are going to get here. The question is, which team's going to finish top 3? And look at this, BOPE getting punished. Canadian Eagles just doing such a great job pushing together. Bob's up front. This is always that problem, right? Is if you're pushing together. And I'll tell you what, these guys are looking just so on point here in the finals.
Yeah, Canadian Eagles, this should be their fight to win. One of their players is knocked, so they're slowing down just a little bit. Do they wait for the revive or the finish out this fight? They have 2 knocks, so they should look to do some more here. Bob leading the charge. MEZEXIS over the top, though. Finds one of Canadian Eagles. It is crunch time now for Canadian Eagles.
Oh,
They're
the
only
DPS!
2 up.
Nycrox!
Make that 1 up. Where was the trade? Where was the
Where was the
follow-up?
teammates? That's crazy. We see them in a single file line the whole way up here. And then things start to get hectic, and we start seeing that little separation. And I think that was definitely caused by MEZEXIS here on the side. MEZEXIS should turn up the aggression. You can see Inactive ready to punch his way to victory. And Crow on the back line actually gets caught. I think that's by XCZ all the way in the blue.
Oh! Baby Tang gets caught from the side right there. MEZEXIS timed this third party really well. It looked like MEZEXIS might have been the team to have to face 2 teams at once, but they waited out, and now they could finish the rest out. Quinn last up, Inactive by himself, though. His teammate not yet there to support him. MEZEXIS down to 2.
Down to 2 already. Let's see what Inactive's going to do here in this situation. I'll tell you, that's been the big player. Him and Baton have really been turning things up. Zone heads on over to Quarry. So it looks like we are going to have a nice Quarry finish, and Extreme Slayers are going to be the team in the middle of it. So when it comes to teams that are going to end up in the top 3, that's going to be my pick right there. You can't blame me. It's Sandhawk, baby.
Yeah, Extreme Slayer's in a great spot. There's a nice little buffer zone around them, too, where teams don't have to just slam into them. So it looks like teams will start ending getting caught around the sides. This fight is still going. MEZEXIS, oh, they reset. No, Baby Tang is still knocked, so he is going to slowly bleed out. 2v1 scenario. Inactive, looking for some loot. Quinn isn't going to take the shots.
He has to watch his buddy's boxes get looted. And he gets naded. Bye-bye, Quinn. It was a good one, though. Actually, bad bounce. Bad bounce. That should have been the notice, though. And another one's coming right his way.
Oh, that should be good. Yep. Good finish. Canadian Eagles, they were playing so well, so tight, and then, like you mentioned, MEZEXIS stepped in and crushed things down. Butterfly effect, trying to hold off the push from Ace of Spades. Neither team really in the zone.
Yeah, let's see right now is ILY. Oh, gets a nice little nade there onto D. There should be another one coming up. And a lot of players need to understand that situation, that nade's coming no matter what.
Yeah.
So you got to do something. Either just push up, make a play happen, pre-fire, anything just to buy some time. And which team's going to finish top 3? Everyone's picking Extreme Slayers except Jason. Jason's going to go with Execute here. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Definitely has some trust in Execute. I don't know what Jason knows that we don't, but we'll see how things turn out. Here comes a push for Ace of Spades. Nice. They take down Cloudy. No trouble.
Jason trying to be different here. Let's see if Execute can show him just how different they are. Casper, that nade looks good. Oh, but he gets spotted! Gets naded, though. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't see at least the marker letting that nade was there. And maybe it was from the nerves. He's going to go ahead and crawl on back. But you know what he's going to crawl right on back to? Some shots. Actually, no shots. Fade saying, nope, I'm going to just chill right here. I'm staring at this wall, baby. I'm staring at this wall.
Fate is trying to look for a way in, like a way to sneak in here. He only has 2 first aid kits, and the med strat no longer that viable. I think he's just trying to wait as long as possible. Maybe some more chaos will break out, and underneath all the chaos, he can sneak in. So that's the best he can hope for. MEZEXIS is forced down the hill, wide into the open. I don't know how much further they're going to get with a 2-man there. But Extreme Slayers taking shots 360 all around. And let's not forget the giant elephant in the room, so to say, and Hyper with 4, and also 412 with 4. They're about to go for a full send in a vehicle. This is going to be nasty. Baby Bray, keep watching that way.
Keep an eye out. Here come the shots.
Oh, no shots connecting.
Oh my gosh, none at all. Just a little bit far behind. And Baby Bray, does finally catch one. Oh, even goes for the double, but able to at least get 1 point confirmation right there.
Wow. 412 only lose 1 player. I think that third one's going to be able to get revived. And with that, Hyper will push while Extreme Slayers was focused elsewhere, but they get the opening. Koi goes down. GK first with a huge molly. Now it's a 3v2 situation. I don't know if they know Extreme Slayers is down a player. They also get the thirst. And Hyper, you can't let them reset back up. And that's a big nade. GK first doesn't get knocked, though.
Beautifully done right there. Let's see what Kindness can do. Kindness looking to try and get a nade of his own. He's going to be holding that broken wall, though, so they are sitting up pretty, man. Extreme Slayers have just been big chilling. Big chilling, not a worry in the world, and it looks like we're starting to see things fall apart. Look at one player that goes down for Hyper. Guess who it is? It's Koi.
That wasn't even him overextending, though, so...
No, that's that wrist injury. That's what it is.
You can't blame it on that. Hyper still up with 3 zone shifts in the favor of the northern side. So Extreme Slayers still got to hold down this defense. 2v3. And Hyper know they've confirmed 1. Do they know it's only 2 up? And Hyper are taking their time, though.
Yeah, they should. They have no reason to push this right now, being in this circle, right? Just buy some time.
Oh, that's a good nade.
Oh, it looks real good.
No.
This is the mark. So, Hyper, just holding this. Happy to hold it for now until this next zone pops. Look at how many single players are still up. 3. SLR, Nomads, and Wall Street Bets. Uh-oh, this zone started chunk. Rin might go down here. Rin and Kindness are going to go down if they're not careful.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, just took too much time. Going down to Papa Blue. That's got to hurt.
That was... that's the first time I've seen Hyper kind of just not make a decision.
Heck yeah.
GK first found it, but maybe it was communicated too late and it made them hesitate. But GK first finds a freeway in, and Hyper lose 2, however. Now Extreme Slayers focused elsewhere, trying to nab up some points. We're down to the last 3 teams, only 4 players. This could be Extreme Slayers' game. They catch one. Now it is a 1v2. It is GK first, however, the man that has been hard fragging for the Hyper team.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're Hyper, you're stoked, right? 9 eliminations, top 2 finish, regardless, especially being on top of the boards. They're going to create a huge gap here. I mean, this is the Hyper we've been waiting for. Not a team that's just willy-nilly through this thing. No way.
Oh, okay.
No way.
If anyone could just pull out a miracle nade, it would be GK first. He could still win this, Jukes. This is GK first.
Going against 2 players of Extreme Slayers is going to be tough, but if he hits this nade, is it going to be brutal? It might be good, too. Yeah, they moved out the way just in time.
He hits those. 1v1 now. Oh, he's in a bad spot.
Baby Bray, what are you doing?
Oh, my God.
Oh, goodness gracious.
He's got that DBS. Baby Bray, right-hand peek. Quick peek. Nice peek. Oh, huge angle changes. Nicely done, Baby Bray.
Dang, that looked good, baby. We were all concerned for a second, but Extreme Slayers win that game, and they do it in style. Nice clutch there from the man, Baby Bray. Oof, beautifully done.
Man, I think Baby Bray might have did that on purpose. You know, the hezzy, I'm a peek out too wide, make you think I don't know what I'm doing. And that kind of, got GK first a little antsy, but great follow-up peeks. And Baby Bray, all right, that's not a player we call out too much, but you see how good those mechanics are? That's almost just the standard right now at this high level out of all the top teams. So all of these teams got that mechanics in, but oh my God, Ace of Spades Mambe actually putting in a lot of damage and the eliminations.
Crazy to see here, man. We're seeing just players from all over the place put up points on the board. It's still crazy to see, though, even though Hyper go down in second, I mean, 9 eliminations, second place finish. What more could you really ask for, especially in a map like Sandhawk, right?
Yeah, and Extreme Slayer is one of the teams that was up high on the leaderboards getting that chicken, but then seeing, hello, and Hyper's still here, picking up a lot of points. That must really hurt. And, oh man, and Hyper, they almost went out early that game, but 4-1-2, they stopped pushing, and you said it's the Hyper effect. Maybe you're right, Jukes. Maybe teams just don't feel confident taking that fight against Hyper.
Well, they're going to have to start because guess what? This is it. This is the halfway part of this tournament, guys. We still got another halfway to go. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Baby Bray, man, I was getting worried. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I even said U7, right? See GK first in the 1-on-1-on-2. I was like, he can still win this. He gets the first knock, but Baby Bray playing that perfectly. You were like popping off as well watching that.
Dude, those peaks. Are you? I wish I could play like that. That was so clean too. The way he did it too, from the door, then move to the window, quick little peek. Not even peek too long because I mean, you said it is GK first, and we're like, okay, he could get this because they weren't pushing at the same time too.
Yeah.
And they were put in a way that were kind of pushing different angles, but they weren't. But nonetheless, though, Baby Bray, wow.
Yeah, fantastic close out of him to get them up another chicken dinner. However, Hyper still got a ton of eliminations in this one. Take a look at the match rankings here to give you an idea of how many points Extreme Slayers and Hyper and the rest of the teams did here. 15, tying things up with Extreme Slayers. So again, I mean, XS in that position in second place, trying to catch up into Hyper, but they get nowhere from this chicken dinner because Hyper still close things out with 15. And your boy Koi, 7. He survived to pretty much the end this time.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. Just give me some time, okay? Just give me some time. But Ace of Spades there with 10 elims, 12 points for themselves. SLR, I mean, this is a team that I actually saw as one of the dark horses for this finals. So far, they really haven't been performing to the likes that I wanted them to. I think before this game, they were in 12th place with only 34 points. So it's good to see them at least being able to get some points. And for MEZEXIS, this is a good bounce back because this team, I feel like they really haven't been having one of the best days for them to at least get 7 elims. That is huge. And NOMADS, I feel like I'm starting to feel like they're just a little bit too passive. Are we getting NOMADS, the Canadian Eagles, from like phase 1? That's what I'm starting to feel, Jason.
I feel like it's the pressure getting to 4-12 NOMADS, man.
Ooh.
Like they were so much more confident. They had so much better survival times. Again, eliminations were on point. I feel like them thinking to themselves, I think they psyched themselves out like, okay, we got only 3 days. We can't have a bad game. Then they start to have some bad games, and that just kind of snowballs against them. They need to bounce back because 4-12, they do have the opportunity to qualify. I think they showed everyone in the entirety of PMPL that they have what it takes to make it into regionals, but it's up to them to do so. Looking down the rest of the list, though, you talked about Canadian Eagles only getting themselves 3 elimination points here. PASSIONFRUIT only getting 2. XTREME only getting 1 point. It's tough and kind of bad because MEZEXIS, I think, were 1 point ahead of Execute in like 6th place. At least they got 8 this time to kind of lengthen that lead and potentially get back in the top 5. But your boys LOTUS, man, they've been on the second page a lot.
Whoa. What you mean your boys LOTUS? What you mean your boys LOTUS?
Well, you told me you were going to get a LOTUS tattoo after this event if they qualified into regionals.
This man. You know what? Let's actually talk about something that I wanted to talk about, which is 4-12 NOMADS being too passive and Hyper getting super lucky, especially Koi. So you know what? Let's pull up that replay because, oh man, this is going to be showing perfectly of what I've been talking about in regards to Koi. Just overextending, doing dumb things like right here. Okay, you know what? You run over that guy, but why overextend? Why send it? Why pop out right there when you're not really sure? You're going over a ledge too. You're kind of exposing yourself and you can see him getting knocked. And I'm saying they got lucky because 4-12 NOMADS started coming in and they decided to back off, even though there was 2 player knocks from Hyper. And I feel like that's when you're starting to see also maybe the pressure starting to get to them. Maybe they wanted to play a little bit safe, and I'm with you on that.
Okay, let's take a look at our total damage, though, right? It is Sandhawk, so one thing that's important is to kind of see how things equated for everyone out there. I mean, Ace of Spades concerned, they got the most eliminations. They don't get the most damage, but Hyper able to do so for themselves. Kind of Sandhawk-esque numbers, right? No one really breaking through the ceiling here, getting an obscene amount of damage done, but kind of what you expect. But as you mentioned before, nice to see SLR able to get there. I think you have them, as you said before, a dark horse potentially could be one of the teams to make it into our top 5. But my focus is on MEZEXIS. I mean, this is their best game they've had. Thinking back to the first match of the day where they get wiped by Canadian Eagles right off the bat, and the Canadian Eagles went to go win that match. It's nice to see them finally show that, okay, yeah, it wasn't a flash in the pan. We can kind of replicate what we did before. Maybe, just maybe, 7, they're doing the reverse of yesterday. Have a bad first half today and a good second half, whereas yesterday they had a good first half and a bad second half.
Ooh, okay. I see what you're cooking. So what you're saying is we're about to get back-to-back MEZEXIS.
I mean, you know, well, you saw my XQ prediction, okay? Don't take anything I say take it with a grain of salt. Let's take a look though at MEZEXIS stats yesterday compared to today, and yeah, you see obviously we're only at the halfway point, so let's just double up everything for them. Imagine 22 eliminations, so they would have fallen 12 behind where they were yesterday. Assists has fallen, damage has fallen. Obviously some rough times for them when you like hot drop the first match and you fail, but they need to bounce back mentally. They need to reset themselves here and realize we still have more matches to play.
They definitely do, and I think it goes with what you were saying about this last Sandhawk for them. At least they kind of got a bit of a boost, right, in regards to their confidence. Being able to get 7 elims is nothing to laugh at. That's going to at least provide some more confidence for these players too, especially after losing that early hot drop in the first match against Canadian Eagles. But for MEZEXIS, it just comes down to those rotations, staying away from those early fights. And for PASSIONFRUIT as well, even though PASSIONFRUIT has been doing good today, you know what, Sandhawk, man, that is one of the worst maps, even in league stage. Thinking back all the way back to phase 1, they just cannot do anything right when it comes to Sandhawk. Hopefully in Vikendi coming up, they're going to be able to bounce back and maintain that top 5.
Hopefully so. They're currently sitting in 3rd place with 78 points. The team above them at 103 is XTREME Slayers. So they have a little bit of work to do if they want to get up in the rankings. Maybe they can kick it off here on Vikendi as we're dropping on in with Hotjukes and Zute once again.
And we are coming into Vikendi, the craziest of all maps. We said Sandhawk was crazy, but I think Vikendi might take the cake here as we do get a very southern playing path, and we'll see where the teams are going. In Hyper with a huge game, the previous one, XTREME Slayers as well. Let's see what Vikendi has in store for us, Hotjukes.
Let's see, indeed. As now we are in the second half of this tournament. And I'll tell you what, Vikendi has been one of the hottest maps I think we've seen in this tournament, right? Non-stop action from start to finish. I wonder if that's going to continue here. And it's going to be tough because now that we've really hit that midway marker, right? Teams are going to have more pressure on their backs than ever here soon, right?
Yep.
They got to put some points on the board, especially those teams that are kind of going for that first place. Ooh, if you don't stop in Hyper here and now, they're going to run away with this thing.
Yeah, I think the halfway point is a perfect point for teams to really start changing up their game plan, right? You get a good idea of what's working, what's not working, where are you in the leaderboards, and more importantly, how consistent and how well are the other teams doing, and you might need to alter your strategy a little bit. As for Hyper, to be honest with you, Hotjukes, I don't think any team is going to go out of their way to try and stop Hyper. Even if the team is in like 2nd or 3rd place overall, as you can see here, XTREME Slayers, oh man, that's a huge gap between 3rd and 1st. I don't think they're going to like really go out of their way to stop Hyper unless if they get like 2 knocks maybe. So XTREME Slayers, if they get 2 knocks on Hyper, I think they'll push. But if it's just the 1, I think they're going to play it, you know, normal and stick to their own game plan.
Try to play it safe. Try to play it safe. Might be the play indeed. And you know what? That might, I mean, especially since they have such a gap already. You know, it's going to be tough to find a reason to do so. Maybe in the final day if it gets close or even, you know, sort of remotely, just a very small distance apart. But yeah, I think right now you definitely want to be able to shut it, or at least put some points on the board. But I will say this. If you're a team that's in that top, you know, 5, I think if you notice Hyper weak at all, you might be a little bit hard-pressed to try to take him out earlier rather than later, right?
I don't know, actually, Jukes. Okay, so if you're a team that's in that top 5 area, minus second place, because I think second place has a good chance at taking out Hyper and claiming first. But otherwise, you might just want Hyper to soak up points and deny points from everyone else so you can hold that top 5. Because we're getting into a situation where Hyper, we're not there yet. But if Hyper keeps doing Hyper things, we're getting into that situation where Hyper soaks up so many points that everyone else becomes point starved. And in a way, they're helping you out if you're in that top 5 from gatekeeping other teams from making it in.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see what the play is going to be, right? What is the play going to be? There's so many different strategies, obviously, to try to win this tournament. And if you're in Hyper, just soaking up all the points early on is definitely a good one, and one I've been waiting for them to see. So, and you know what? I'll tell you what. I think they're going to level up another. They're going to take it to another level, just purely on the fact that they've been doing it with pretty much 3 players as well, right?
Yeah.
Koi's been going out early every single game. Imagine how good this team and consistent they would be if they had all 4 up working together the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, that might be their strategy right now, honestly. Like, they did so well in league stage that they're like, okay, Koi, you could off-angle play as aggressive as you want, because when we go down 3-man, that's better practice for us in this lobby. And honestly, if they could hold first place, which they are, right? They're holding first place. They've been playing a lot of their games as a 3-man and doing really great. Hey, that's if you can't find if you can't find good practice because the lobby's too easy for you, just handicap yourself.
100%. That's one way to do it. I'll tell you that. It wouldn't be my strategy, but hey, it's a strategy. You know what I'm saying? So let's see how that ends up working out for them at the end of the things here. I do like the thing that makes me the most excited about Hyper, especially like going into, PMGC, America's Championships coming up right around the corner.
Yeah.
The fact that they had such a rough start to this tournament.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like the fact that
I still remember that Bikini match.
Yeah. They started off so bad, so rough, and they were able to bounce back, right? I mean, because that's my biggest concern with them is during clutch moments, them just, faltering, right? Them just, and I think we saw a lot of that at the start, and after I got the chance to talk to Koi himself, he said that was just a big struggle on the team is just dealing with the pressure scenarios. But they've been in it for so long that they've gotten used to it, and I think that we're finally starting to see that.
Yeah, and it was like night and day difference. It was crazy. I mean, that's the big question every time we start a new tournament, right? Hyper. Is this going to finally be the Hyper we're all waiting for? Or are they going to make the same mistakes? Are they still going to play passive? And it seemed that way from the first day. They played so badly on one particular Bikini match that I was shell-shocked. I couldn't even explain how they threw that. You asked me what happened, I said I don't know. That's how bad it was. But man, now you ask me, like, what do you think about Hyper now? I'm screaming with joy. Hyper are doing everything that we've always wanted them to do and executing it.
I have to agree. I think this is definitely a different Hyper than we've seen before in the past. These guys are really starting to show up now, and they look at that. You can start seeing that lead getting bigger and bigger. Extreme Slayers, PASSIONFRUIT up on top, YKG in the mix as well, right? This could be a big game for Execute, to be honest, right? Because Execute, it has kind of been that shaky team. I do agree with Jason, what he said at the start.
What do you say?
We should see this team like at the top. Right?
In the top 5.
Well,
right,
easy. Like, we shouldn't even be even thinking about it, right? They have that much of a star-studded roster. Talk about, teams that have been at the highest level before. These guys have. I can't tell you how much the experience of even playing one LAN gives you, right? Compared to everybody else who hasn't. So, you know what? I'll tell you what. These guys have the experience, but, it's those simple mistakes, we've said it time and time again, doing too much that just costs them so severely. And heck, honestly, it's crazy to think that this Execute team with that roster that they have are getting passed up by PASSIONFRUIT right now.
Hey, Is that a knock on passion fruit?
Nope, it's not. Because you know what? It's all Juancho.
All right. Baby Tang up here. Baby Tang has been really pulling his weight for the Canadian Eagles today. He has just really showed out. And one of the teams, right, in contention for that top 5. And something I noticed was, I was going to talk about MEZEXIS, but now we're going to talk about MEZEXIS in a fight with Wall Street Bets, close range. Cordy goes down in the back line. Crow finds that, traded by Jiwoon. 1 down for each side, but MEZEXIS definitely looking a little bit better as they're all grouped up together, and I think Wall Street Bets just grouped up. Now, they do have to worry about potential third party, so from distance, as you can see, there are 2 other teams nearby. Baton just naded himself and a teammate? What happened there? Oh, no.
That's gotta hurt. That has gotta hurt indeed, and wow, let's see what's gonna happen here as Crow.
It's over.
It's over. Yeah, it's just Crow by himself trying to make a play with a nade. And man, Wall Street Bets. This is just complete opposite day for MEZEXIS, in my opinion.
Yeah. They had a huge day 1. Day 2, they are struggling. They're on the struggle bus. I don't know what happened with Baton, but I hope he didn't nade a teammate and himself. He definitely naded himself as the molly comes through, and it is not going to do anything. Wall Street Bets are going to be able to keep all 4 up potential, but there's another fight, YKG and SLR in a fight.
Yes, they are indeed. Let's see right now what the play is as Excuse goes down. This is what I'm talking about, baby. This is good old Vikendi, non-stop action here at the start. Here goes White Ellie trying to get a knock on to 24K. Here he comes back with a return nade, and it's a 3v2 situation, at least inside of these buildings. But I believe there should be a couple more YKG players. Actually, one more in the mix somewhere. Yeah, he's actually doing an off angle here, so very interesting. And I think YKG are just trying to buy some time right now.
Yeah, YKG are pinned in, not just from SLR, but from the high ground. 412's taking shots as well. They're down to 3. Long is going to go aggressive. He's got a nade in hand, and wasn't expecting that. 24K just pops right out and takes that one down.
Just like that. And here goes 24K. Gonna go ahead and throw a nade. Should be good. Oh, I cannot believe it didn't catch him. And White Ellie gets caught from Wall Street Bets. And the confirmation from 24K. 3 eliminations, and he's about to get the whole squad right here. This nade should do it.
Looking for it. That should be good.
Oh, what a, yeah, here
They're gonna
they go. Here comes the push, but here comes Passion Fruit. Oh, he got one.
Okay.
Oh, 24K.
That's
Is he
it.
on the run? I think he realizes
Be careful.
that.
Yeah, you got to stay away from those windows.
That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. The high ground surrounding you could shoot right in. They could have that angle. So, I mean, luckily for them, they pick up those 4 points. They do lose Fierce in the process, but that looks shaky. That could have easily swung the other way, where YKG loses everybody except for 1 player.
100%. And you can see Dong making sure those legs are nice and warmed up here going into this match. Last player up for Puppeteers. Man, Puppeteer, one of those teams as well. Tons of potential, but just little missteps here and there just keep costing them. And there's a reason why we haven't been able to see them have a lot of success. Meanwhile, Ed Hyper, all 4 up! Hey, take a picture of it while you can.
We'll see how long Koi can last, right? I think Ed Hyper are making that big readjustment, right? They probably called it out within their own team. They're like, Koi, you are going down way too often, way too early first. You need just take a step back, just chillax for a little bit, and let us do the work, and we can stay together as a 4-man.
Well, let's see what the play is gonna be. As now, Koi still just in the vehicle right now,
He's
just
antsy.
chilling. Yeah, he
wants
is antsy.
He's looking for an off angle, even though they're chilling. he's like, I want if I place the cards this way, maybe I could get a nice off angle when the team, you know, he's just constantly just looking around on the move. Sometimes for the worse, right?
Yeah. That's got to be tough. That's got to be tough, right? Because it's those little mistakes that keep costing him so much. But we'll see. We'll see what the plan is from Koi here as time goes on. Hopefully he can just fix the issues that he's having and see we can really see him have success because we have a lot of faith in this guy. That's for sure.
Yeah. I will say he is playing a more difficult role on the team. It's quite obvious the role on the team for him is to like find those off angles, to find those openings, right? And when you're put in that role, you will stand out like a sore thumb when you make a mistake. So we are giving Koi a lot of, concern, which I think is warranted because I think he's making more mistakes than he should be, even playing that role. But he can't also just, clam up. He can't just, decide to not take risks because the role comes with a hard balance to find. So hopefully he continues to improve, makes those off angles when it's good and necessary, and, pull back a little bit when it is not much needed. Just like with the circle shift, he doesn't need to do anything right now because Hyper are sitting pretty. Same with Butterfly Effects in a good spot, 4-1-2 as well on that high ground.
Play it safe. Sometimes that's the best option. And you can see in Hyper, yeah, just big chiller there. Passion Fruit on the edge, right? Gonna have to make some plays pushing up on here. And we do have that Goroka icy water stage right there. Look at that. Looking pretty. Little frozen lake action. Honestly, I'd like to see the zone go there. It's always fun to watch. Just players slipping and sliding, trying to make something happen.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know why Lotus is outside of that building. Maybe they're looking for their vehicles to get in or some loot, but they get punished even with all those smokes down. Passion Fruit looking to make something happen here. They're all on the edge of zone. They're in the circle. And Trick throwing some nades over there, but all of Lotus back inside the buildings. Yeah, they know better than to go outside of this building now.
Yes, they do. Let's see where it's going to happen is Fishy taking some shots, trying to find some angles. This is right there on the edge of Goroka, and this is where they should be staring. They should be looking 100% in the direction of Passion Fruit. Nate taking some shots. These are those shots that always concern me, because right now I think they're looking to make this push. But if they aren't, then all they're doing is giving attention to themselves.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to just wait one more circle. They're trying to find, like, 2 knocks before they go for the push. But Lotus is definitely smart enough as a team to, if one of them get knocked, okay, everyone don't peek. Don't give them that second knock because they will definitely push off of that. 4-1-2 holding the high ground here. They've lost a lot of confidence, I feel like, coming into the finals. 7 pointed it out. Maybe they're overthinking things, but they are playing way more passive than we saw them in the last 2 weeks.
Yes, indeed. Let's look as Wall Street Bets. Just going to be holding it down. Dead center. Nothing too sketchy just yet. Next zone. About to go. Are we going to get that Goroka Icy Lake finish? That would be crazy. I'll tell you what, Passion Fruit really begging for it right now because this is going to be a tough zone for them to get into. But it looks like Lotus might be pushing on to Passion Fruit or rotating around them. That is super interesting.
I'm just watching that rotation, on the west side in the blue.
And he gets around, but right into YKG. Oh, did he know something? We did it?
I mean, you make a gamble. Is it going north or south? I mean, that's a good rotation in the sense of they couldn't go straight because you can't drive that car on that icy road, right? And then south, I think they knew execute was there. So it works out. No, it doesn't work out. It was almost... Imagine if that compound was free, Juice. We would be like, wow, 200 IQ rotation.
Imagine.
But it was not free, so wah, wah, wah.
Wow. Very interesting, very interesting. Meanwhile, here comes Execute with the push on to Wall Street Bets. Ji-Woon holding it down. Let's see if he can hit this nade. Oh, just a little bit off the mark from Kill Switch. Casper, or actually that was Trick. With a great job, and he's going to go and get that confirmation. Dude, Trick has no fear. Trick has zero fear when it comes to these pushes. See everybody else kind of just holding angles. Trick saying, nah, I am sending it, and they secure this building.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good and a bad thing. He might have had a feeling, it was only one player, but definitely risky, definitely risky. He got it first with the nade and just trusted that there was no one there, or maybe he would just take the 1v1 afterwards, but they breach in. Trick with 2, definitely leading the charge for the Execute team. Butterfly Effect getting caught out here. I think he tried to get back into cover, but Koi, it was Hyper from hundreds of meters away that picked up that point. Even though we see so many other enemy players around the area, nah, it was NHyper that picked up that point.
Absolute insanity right there. And you can just see them. Oh, here we go. Canadian Eagles, right? Having a great start. And
Oh,
man, not having a great finish here as they get shut down there by Extreme Slayers.
huge hold by Extreme Slayers. That was a 4-man team of Canadian Eagles that slammed in there. And I think Extreme Slayers keep all of their players up. That's huge for the Extreme Slayers. 412 just chilling up here. Not able to convert many points. As you can see, sightlines are very obscured up here. So 412, they're just hoping for some more elimination points before the next circle shifts. And PASSIONFRUIT, they made their way in here. We got a couple of teams in Garoka. Next circle is about to pop out. And Hyper, just ever so patient, you know, making their rotation at the very end.
Let's see right now. As the zone is going to head up right there towards 412. BOPE there on the north side as well. This could be a good game for them. YKG, big chillin' there on the side. They need to put up some points. And, I mean, so does Execute, right? Execute now are in a really tough spot where we're going to start seeing that top 3 gap get bigger and bigger, but they are in a really tough position. Not to mention you got NHyper right there on the side of them as well.
Yeah.
Even if they do make it and take out all these teams, they're going to have a hard time getting into this next zone.
Koi knocked and finished.
I hope you got your screenshot earlier on, guys, because down goes Koi.
I could just see Seven, you know, putting his head.
Jumping for joy? Oh.
Seven's like SMH right now. Koi goes down, gets confirmed as well. I was about to say this could be a huge game for NHyper if they can execute this, you know, correctly. I mean, they're down to 3, which is, you know, something that they're used to, so they could still make a huge game out of this. As GK first, taking tight peek, getting shot right back. All these teams not in the zone. NHyper, Extreme Slayers, everyone's stuck in Garoka. No one is in zone from these teams. Only BOPE and 412 are in the circle.
Oh, boy. All right, well, who's going to win the match, right? Is it going to be either one of those? The question is, which team do you feel is going to win it? As we're now hitting to stage 6, things are starting to definitely get interesting here. And we're seeing Execute trying to finish out NHyper. Are they going to be able to? That's going to be tough because even if they do, they're barely here on the edge of the zone. That nade from Kindness looks dangerous, and it is! Gets both players. That's tough.
Wow. Man. The 3-man buff. They don't need 4. As Kindness looks to get the confirmation on the last one. Doesn't find it. We'll go for that revive. NHyper down to 2. Here comes Kill Switch. Trying to come over here for the revive on to Fate. Blue zone is going to be starting to close soon. So they need to get a move on. Fate smartly crawls away, right? Because that's where NHyper is going to continue to nade. Oh!
Oh, right in the
Kill switch
back!
from Wall Street Bets.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Execute out.
Yeah, that's Execute done for. I think they did get some decent elimination points there. So we see which team will win the match. Jason Kaplan being different. Go with 4-1-2 NOMADS.
Yeah, I would have gone with 4-1-2 as well, but they have just looked so shaky the last day and today. So they have 4 up. They have best spot. But I don't know. This 4-1-2 is just looking like a different team and not for the better.
Well, let's see. Let's see. I mean, we know they have the skills to pay the bills, that's for sure. They have all the sightlines in the world. Gunpain has to be careful, though. The rest of the team needs to be on his same time. Uh-oh. They are very, very split right now. So all that advantage is starting to shrink the longer that they keep this split going and focusing in too many different directions. I think Gunpain definitely has those angles. They have so much priority on the circle. They should be focusing the whole team in this area.
And hold on, Extreme Slayers have 4 up. I didn't realize they had 4 up. And they make it nicely into this zone. Extreme Slayers looking really good. Ren finds the knock onto Frady, but instantly traded. They should be able to get that revive. Baby Bray looking to put the nail in the coffin for NHyper for this match. Can he get that nade in? Flies a little bit too wide. Ren, last one up, can still do a lot of damage onto the Extreme Slayers team. And this nade, oh my gosh, is that nade gonna hit? No, cooked way too long.
Way too long. Yeah, Ren, last one up for NHyper. So finally, NHyper does go down early, and it's going to be in Vikendi here. So this could be a huge opportunity as PASSIONFRUIT does go down. Eliminated, but they did get some decent points and a remix. Here comes Extreme Slayers. This could be that turnaround for them. Jason screaming at his monitor right now, saying, pick him up, pick him up. Let's see what 412 can do.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers looking for the back-to-back right now, and they're looking good. They're clearing out this entire side. They're going to get the whole eastern side for themselves. You just got to deal with 1 to 2 players, and Ren, remix,
Got him.
double peek. Oh, yep, there we go.
This is what 412 should have done. This is what 412 should have done. It's just played the whole squad on this side. You know, you have everybody, you have the entire edge to yourself. And instead, you know, doing this split that they just cannot hold. And Remix and the rest of Extreme Slayers, they knew what time it was, right? They're playing so close together and just overwhelming each team one by one.
Yeah, 412 held that, or tried to hold that split. At least they put some damage in, right? They're up to 6 elimination points, so it's not like they just fell apart for free, but could have been better. Down to the last one in the shack. Elsewhere on the map, it is all-out brawl right now as Ace of Spades trying to do something and they get shut down. YKG doing a great job with 3. Remember, they lost Fierce early on, and as a 3-man, they are clearing out the western side, similar to how Extreme Slayers cleared out the east side.
It's a huge opportunity for them so far. They have, I believe it's 8 eliminations. Okay, YKG turning it up a notch, and 24K has 5 all by himself. Robert with some nice nade usage wipes the floor with BOPE. And now you see Joey catching the legendary Remix. That's one player you want to take out early as you can, and they do. Huge knock for YKG.
Wasn't it first game where Remix, you know, moved a little bit too early, try to look for a little too much and goes down? I don't know if they could get this revive though, which will be huge, but that was a little bit greedy from Remix. They're
Gotta
lucky
agree.
that he didn't get thirsted there. He's gonna crawl back. Remix will be safe. New circle pops. It goes in favor of Extreme Slayers, but I don't know if he can make this cross. Yeah, Joey watching that. And Remix knows. Remix knows. Baby Break gets a huge knock. Goes for a second one. A little bit greedy. Doesn't get knocked. Luckily for him.
Well, luckily for YKG, right? They moved when they did. They didn't wait till the last second. Otherwise, they would be done. So they hedged their bets a little bit. They'll have enough time to get this res off. They're probably going to have to hop in that vehicle, though, and try and rotate away or do something. Let's see what the plan is for YKG to try and make things up.
Vic is still there.
Uh-oh, Vic is still there.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He's waiting for the perfect
Remix
time for
doesn't
third
know.
party. They don't know. Oh, this angle's nasty, though.
That's nasty. So nasty.
Oh,
Brady,
he falls off.
Oh, he slipped. Where are your shoes, Brady? Oh, he catches 24K. Oh, YKG just getting picked apart. Yeah, nothing they can do with this angles. Meanwhile, Vic on the backside, when is he going to go and pull the trigger?
He's waiting for that second place, you know, guarantee, and he is second place now, and I think he made enough steps. Remix knows the back-to-back. Here we go. Remix looking to get the last one in. The
Got
DBS
him.
straight to the face. 15. I think that was 15 eliminations for Extreme Slayers, and that was a big one because they shut down and Hyper relatively early. So they pick up a lot of points, and they deny some points from Hyper. This puts them a lot closer to that first place. If, I don't know, maybe they might have taken first place. We'll see in a bit, but 2,500 damage, 15 eliminations, Hachi.
Even better. 15 eliminations, only 600 damage received. That is pretty insane right there. So Extreme Slayers staying so true to their name. Look at that. And I'm surprised we don't see one of their players on here. It's 24K. That just goes to show how spread out the damage and eliminations were among this Extreme Slayers team. They are starting to come into true form at the perfect time here in this tournament.
Yeah, well done for Extreme Slayers. Really well executed. I love how they played that last match. Only Remix, you know, overstepping a little bit like we saw in the first match if it was him. So Extreme Slayers need to tighten their end game up just a little bit. Don't get too overzealous. Like, I know they have 4. I know they want all the eliminations left on the map, but you can still be prone to mistakes. Luckily for them, they still clutch it out, Jinx.
Man, what a crazy chicken dinner. We got 2 more to go, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
What's that, Seven? You want to give Extreme Slayers the trophy already, bro? You can't do that, even though they got a back-to-back today. But they are playing like champions. Let's be perfectly honest. I think, if I can do maths, they have tied in points and Hyper, but are technically in first place because they're gonna have more chicken dinners than Hyper. Actually, no. I think they should be tied on. Ooh, no. They do have more. They have one more. They have 3. We'll see. We'll get to the overalls. Well, YKG, man, 13 points. 412 Nomads, 12 points. I was hoping Quick had a chance there if Extreme Slayers had a couple of players knocked in that fight versus YKG, but, wasn't meant to be, at least.
Yeah. By the way, Baby Bray, I got to give him some props. The composure of him deciding not to ego peek and just realizing that if he did peek again when he was on top of that roof, he was going to get knocked. GG, sir. GG's. that composure right there was top notch. By the way, 412 Nomads, we've been asking about them. We've been asking where they've been. We've been asking if we're going to be able to see the 412 Nomads from the finals, if the pressure has getting up to them. I feel like this is a nice response out of them, being able to at least clutch up those 12 points, the second place with those 6 ilms. As we go here towards the second page, a team that hasn't actually had a good day today is Execute, only being able to get 3 points in that match. And for today, they really haven't been able to do much. And another team along those lines, Puppeteer, man. I'm really sad to see the way Puppeteer is currently performing in this finals. I expected a lot more out of them considering what we saw in spring.
Exactly. I'm sad to see how they perform this entire season, actually, considering what we saw last season in spring. Like, we saw so many great individual plays out of the team. I'm not sure exactly what's going wrong for them. Maybe they need a couple of extra heavy hitters on the roster to support, like Dong, who has been, I'd say, pretty consistent so far. But it is a little bit unfortunate. But, it's not unfortunate. Extreme Slayers, man. Let's take a look at their player stats this last match and see where their limbs did allocate themselves to. Oh, my God. It, almost doesn't get better than that.
Can you ask for anything better? By the way, for the longest time, I feel like we have to remind the viewers, it was Remix. It was the Remix show. He was getting all the illims. He was getting all the showtime. He was getting all the interviews. But right now, we're starting to see a shift within this team, at least when they do end up getting the win, when they do end up performing well, is we're starting to see more players also start backing him up when it comes down to illims. You can see Baby Bray there. I was giving him props early. He was able to get 4 illims with a lot less damage than Remix. Freddy, too, being able to get those 4 illims. Everybody, at least being able to get 3 or more. This is what you want to see out of this team. This is currently what's been working out for Hyper when it is the 3 players alive, because those 3 are just absolute fraggers. And Extreme Slayers should be happy right now seeing this kind of stats.
That's a CCT right there, right, Seven?
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet, really?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
They're still two up and down. It's a nice back-to-back chicken dinner, but I wanna see more consistency.
Okay. Well, before we do head to something we want to point out between a certain team, I believe we're going to take a look at our overalls now, just to get an idea where the teams are currently standing, because this is going to show, obviously, who's in our top 5. It's going to show who's currently leading the charge right now of the whole pack, and it's going to be Extreme Slayers. There you go, 128 points, yes, but of course, you cannot forget about the chicken dinners.
Yeah, that's currently what's being able to edge out. I mean, the back-to-back right now. On top of that, they're currently being able to out-frag Hyper. I feel like that's actually one of the biggest storylines, because Hyper was just destroying everybody when it came down to being able to get more eliminations than anybody else. And for them to currently be in second place is quite surprising, actually. Hyper being second place, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are kind of surprised. I'm actually enjoying this, though. I feel like Hyper was going to run away with it if we didn't have anybody else step up. So it's nice to see Extreme Slayers is truly being able, that team, to step up. YKG, in a way, man, at this point, I got to be a little bit scared for YKG in regards if they want to contest for that first place. I'm not scared about them being in the top 5. I'm actually being a little bit scared for them contesting towards that first place, because that gap between second place and third place, it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, 40 points is quite ridiculous right now. And honestly, with the way YKG, PASSIONFRUIT, Canadian Eagles have been playing, I'm not expecting one of those teams to close that gap anytime soon. But we'll have a chance. We'll see. I mean, there isn't really that big of a gap as well between 5th and 6th place you saw there. So there's a very good chance we could see a couple of teams switch throughout the day, or potentially tomorrow as well. LOTUS, man, I don't know what to say. Came in 5th throughout the entirety of league stage, and they're bottom of the table now in 16th in the finals. It's not good, man. That's not good.
Some teams just, you know what? I'm not even gonna say what I was about to say. I will restrain myself from saying that. But I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I was kind of shocked that this team was able to kind of get that 5th place on the overall for the league stages, but I'm not surprised that they're truly performing the way they are.
Yeah, and the chance for them to bounce back is just, it's crashing every single time. You guys let us know your thoughts, though, about what teams might be able to break into top 5 or maintain top 5 here at the end of day 2, because we still have 2 matches left to go. Just use that hashtag PMPLNA so we can check it out. Speaking of checking things out, we're going to check out our commentators with Hot Jukes and Zute to drop us back into Miramar for the final time today.
Here we go, heading on into Miramar. Second to last match of the day, just like the man, the myth, the legend, Jason has stated. And this is a big point of the match for a lot of these folks here in the lobby, right? We're starting to see Extreme Slayers. Look at that. Kindness and Remix tied for most eliminations right here. So, man, Extreme Slayers, they're starting to get red hot right at the right time here, Zute.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers just playing a hell of a game that last match and the one before. And we saw in the overalls, they're in first place technically first place. They're tied in points, but they have more chicken dinners. So in Hyper, I know, the main thing they're shooting for coming into this finals was first place, right? They got the PMGC secured. Why not put the cherry on top with the first place finish? But Extreme Slayers, they're knocking at the door. It looks like Extreme Slayers wants to take that first place away from them.
Yes, they did. Oh my goodness. So with how they've been playing so far, it's looking pretty dangerous. So at Hyper, oh wow, look at this. Another southern circle.
Oof. This time though, the plane path is on the north. So it will change things up in terms of pacing. I think we're going to see a lot more early rotations, like fast ones, which might actually lead into a lot more early fights because teams are going to be thinking, hey, we got here pretty quick. There shouldn't be anyone here. And they might end up running into a team and taking those fights. In Hyper, they're going to take a dead center somewhere, probably the high ground. They know their timing. They know their rotations. I wouldn't be surprised to see N Hyper in a great spot in the very first zone. MEZEXIS, this is a team that does really well in these southern circles because of where they start out and right all the way down there in the south near Valle de Mar. So could be a big game for MEZEXIS, and they need a bounce back. They really fell off coming into the second day.
Yes, they did. Yeah, and MEZEXIS have just been, they've been struggling all day long here. And it started off with that hot drop. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy that this is what we just keep seeing over and over. And this is a kind of the inverse situation for MEZEXIS as we saw according to like N Hyper, right? And Hyper started off bad on day 1, but they were able to turn it around.
Yeah.
No, MEZEXIS not having that same fortune, so they still have 2 matches, right? And you can put up a lot of points in 2 matches. So I think it's got to start now if it's going to happen.
Yeah. And this is a great zone for them. They're really good at those Southern Miramar zones, and they get this one again. So we'll see what they can do with it. The first one, YKG rotated into them as MEZEXIS, took them out really cleanly. Let's see if they could repeat that. I'm looking at the mini-map just to see who is moving early. Looks like Canadian Eagles are moving extremely early. They're going somewhere towards the center of the map. Ace of Spades also rotating in early. Ace of Spades might actually just be rotating to Impala because that's where they usually loot. I don't know if they're going to go down further into maybe Porto, which is way further into zone. Doesn't look like it. And looking at the map, taking a look at things, Hot Jukes, everyone's just, they're still looting. They just jumped out of the plane, but we should see some rotations very soon. And Hyper, they're rotating now.
There they go, and they are on that rotation quick, fast, and in a hurry, and rightfully so, because every time you have a southern plane path like this, or a southern circle like this on a northern plane path, they were the team that was so stretched out here towards the south, so they could pretty much take any place they want to if they're able to, haul it pretty quickly. So beautifully done from them, and honestly, with a zone like this, they're looking to do pretty well. I like that Canadian Eagles hauled it and went all the way to the south side. This was a huge play for them.
Yeah, these rotations will matter, that's for sure. And I'm surprised not a lot of their teams rotating. I mean, I guess it's still a little bit early, but given the state of things and with how well, fast rotations have been working out, you'd think you'd see more teams rotating in. PASSIONFRUIT finally making their rotation in. It is, I feel like it's on the slower side, though, for sure, for a lot of these teams.
Very interesting. Yeah, it is a little bit on the slower side. Because we saw what happened yesterday when MEZEXIS, right? They were the smartest team to kind of head all the way to the south side during a shift like that, and they took really big advantage of it. So
They ended up winning that match.
yeah, they won that match. Yeah, so let's see if the rest of the teams could do the same.
Here comes PASSIONFRUIT. Doing really well overall. I think they're 4th, right behind YKG. So this PASSIONFRUIT team definitely want to make sure they stay in the top 5 right now before looking for a top 3 finish, maybe even top 2. And who knows, maybe they'll go for that top 1. But right now, they should just look to play consistent and stamp their top 5 and qualify on through. They definitely have the players to back it up. Nate, Zuko, Wancho, BULUC, all great players. BULUC needs to step it up a little bit, I'll have to say. They could have won the Miramar match earlier today if BULUC didn't get thirsted, in my opinion, on top of that Church Hill. So BULUC needs to clean things up just a little bit, and I think we'll see this PASSIONFRUIT team excel even more.
I agree. Yeah, and you know, it's been a while since he's been back here at this playing at this level, you know. But I will say we have seen quite a bit from him, and if he could just really just tighten things up here towards the end, I think honestly it's a big synergy issue from all of PASSIONFRUIT.
Yeah.
You know, they have the gun skill, but just, you know, timing, when to work together, when to push, not panicking, all those are things that they're going to need to work on. So I personally would really want to see them in the Americas Championships. You know, even if they don't make it all the way to the top or into the PMGC League stage, because I think that's going to be a really hard task considering how they're playing right now. But just that extra experience, because I want to see this team stay together and develop.
Jukes, it's Extreme Slayers and in Hyper right now.
Oh, that's
in
a big one.
Very early entanglement here. They don't know who's who right now. Things are going to pop off if either of these teams get the confirmation. Look at how aggressive they're both playing. They think it's just another team, and Remix is going to go down. Oh, he doesn't go down.
Oh, barely.
The follow-up should be right there, though. Koi didn't spot him. That nade was good. And oh my gosh, Koi almost gets knocked. Gets the confirmation in Hyper. They know it's Extreme Slayers now.
Yeah, they're going to push.
They're definitely gonna finish this fight out now. 4v3 and the high ground for N Hyper. Just when things were looking so good, the shotgun out of N Hyper. Extreme Slayers, they're done for.
They're done for it. I'll tell you what, just look how aggressive they're playing. And this N Hyper team is turning things up a notch. Wow. Eliminating and shooting the boxes.
Shooting. Yep.
Oh, wow. All right, N Hyper. I see you. N Hyper is on another level right now. I'm telling you what, this is a team, when I see them make plays like that, this is a squad I think that's ready for the Americas Championships.
Oh, they're ready. They are ready. I love the way they played that before the fight even broke out, right? They had 3 players scout for more info, as, you know, N Hyper does. They're looking for better and stronger splits. But the player they leave behind, they leave them behind in a position for another team to come in and trap that other team in. He didn't play in a position to shoot teams away, Jukes. He let that other team come in, and they walked right into that trap for the rest of N Hyper to swing back around and execute it off. So that was the details really matter when we're looking at strong teams, especially like N Hyper.
Oh, wow. I'll tell you what, this is getting interesting here. Look at this circle. I mean, all the way to the south. I mean, how many times have we seen the zone? Over and over again. These guys are so used to it by now. MEZEXIS, right? Doing the same strategy that we saw them, that got them that chicken dinner yesterday. Let's see if they can bounce back here in this match, because they really, really need to. Butterfly effect, dead center. But, man, I'll tell you what, these guys have had so much trouble getting anything off. And look at that, just getting picked apart the second I even mentioned it.
Yeah, that was with a Tommy, too, initially. So, Bob, not having the right gun ready, but it did not matter. Getting that quick knock. Butterfly effect down to just 3. And Butterfly effect were in such a good spot. They really didn't need to lose anybody down here in the south side. But they're going to have to work with as a 3-man team now. Huge knock and point for Canadian Eagles. They started off today really hot, and they're keeping that momentum, it seems.
Yes, they are. So keeping that energy, I mean, that is definitely something we want to see. Because they had such a strong start, but a little bit of a fall off there towards the end. And look at that kindness, catching Big old Steve-O right there, a.k.a. Quinn. And he goes down. Man, and Hyper, what is... They must have drank some Monster Energy, because I'll tell you what, these guys are going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, one team after another. That was Canadian Eagles, and now they're pushing Puppeteers. And look at this. Everyone just instantly backing off.
Whew. Just
It's
saying,
the-
give them some space.
It's the
These
N
guys are
hyper.
going off.
It's the N hyper effect. They're so scared. Ren eventually does end up confirming that point onto Quinn. And wow. You know, usually that wouldn't work. N hyper pushed into two teams. It was Canadian Eagles, and I'm pretty sure Puppeteers was set up there. But somehow, some way, N hyper just pushed both teams back without any shots being kind of fired towards their direction.
I mean, this is just... Things are starting to turn up a notch here. And we can just see as Dong keeping an eye out, looking to get it going. I mean, who's going to stop N hyper at this point? Really? Because they had such a strong start to this tournament. Now they're just like taking things to another level here, just heating up like we wouldn't even imagine in the end game, right? Where I felt like they were going to struggle the most from
Right.
historically, where they seem to kind of slip up. Now just could... Oh, Bob does catch kindness. That could make things interesting. Fetty just getting caught out. Lotus just not having it here in the finals.
I like how Vic just, single-handedly took that. The rest of the team continuing the rotation. He knew he didn't need the help. And Hyper really getting pushed by Canadian Eagles now. I'm wondering what's happening. Oh, I think it's actually in Hyper that are pushing Canadian Eagles. And GK first goes down.
Uh-oh.
Boy, is that the last player up? A 2v1? And Hyper could go out early here. I think that is the last in Hyper player. In Hyper, biting off a little more they
It's
could
opposite
chew.
day. It's opposite day.
But 6 points. 6 points. Not too bad. And they took down, more importantly, they took down Extreme Slayers in the very beginning.
Now it's Koi, the only one up for Ed Hyper. What can you do? Koi, can you make up for everything that happened earlier, right? Can you go and make this 1v2 happen for the squad? He's throwing some mollies out, trying to make something happen. He's going to drop in the buggy? No way. He's got to take this fight.
He's trying to
he's
find
down.
better angles. Yeah, not able to get it done.
So
Koi
you-
goes down. Only 6 points. Right? Only 6 points for N Hyper. But they did take down the team that was tied with them in points in the very beginning. So a little bit of a... I don't know. How would you feel about that, Jukes? You only get 6 points, but you deny points from the other team that's chasing after you? Or would you rather, play towards the end game, but the other team also plays towards the end game?
Right now, just send it. You know what I'm saying? Bring the heat. Let's go. It's Miramar. You're already halfway through the tournament, especially if you're a team that really needs those points. I'll tell you what, you need to do everything you can to soak them up at this point.
Execute. Working in on the north side. Execute have been having a... I want to say they're... Yeah, I feel like they're having a rough day, but Execute, it seems like they just have these, really big lulls, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they pop off. And it's just like, you never know with the Execute team. I will say the circles have not been nice for Execute. Execute always drop on the edge of a map, and the very first circles so far today have always been on the complete opposite side of the map, it seems.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about. This is what we've been talking about, right? This is a team that we should see just there at the top, especially the fact that, their whole squad is so set up with so many players. It's crazy to not see even Tensa show up here. That's pretty tough. But, Trick being the player that came from MEZEXIS comes onto the squad, and he seems to be the most consistent player out of all of them.
Yeah. You do have two players, right? Or there were two, which was Killswitch and Tensa, who came back from a break. And we discussed it before, but every single player that has come back from a break that used to be, extremely good, none of them have been able to really, make a statement in the lobby.
Mm-hmm. Things have been definitely difficult for so many of these players. And let's see right now what's going to happen with this circle. Right, look at you can see the rankings right now. Extreme Slayers going out was wild, and Hyper going out early, though, leaves the door open for YKG and Passionfruit, right, to
That's
catch
big for
up.
them.
Yeah, this is a big, big game for them. And you can see Passionfruit there on the north side. YKG with 5 eliminations already. So,
Oh, wow.
wow, this is a great start for them.
I don't think we saw any of those happen. So YKG just in the background. racking up those points. 5 this early with 4 players up, and I think they got that zone right on that northern shift. Yeah, they did. This is a huge game. If they win this one, all of a sudden we have 3 teams who are really just neck and neck for that first place. So let's see if YKG can pull it out.
Right you are. Let's see if they can. Kiddo trying to take some shots downrange. Not able to spot anything just yet. And Canadian Eagles, go
Ooh.
down. So it is MEZEXIS that did get a little bit of a bounce back, and it was a very big clutch-up play by Crow there. So that was huge.
That was a 1v2.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just straight 1v2'd them right there. So a big clutch out of Crow. Really split up from the rest of the team. Or not that split up, but split up enough that support couldn't come, but he didn't need it. So Circle is still looking to start closing once again very soon. I think everyone else is pretty much in Circle. So we're going to have to wait for the next zone to see some real fighting happen.
Let's see how much of that fighting is going to happen here. As we see Jason from Butterfly Effect. This used to be a player from Execute.
Yep.
He's been having some decent plays here and there, but I think the whole squad as a whole has been having some struggles, that's for sure. YKG, taking some shots now onto Execute.
Oh, Fate.
That's a knock onto Fate. And again, so split up. It's going to be so difficult for them to res him. So difficult.
I'm trying to
Explain.
I think that was just a rotation. Like right now, Execute's pretty center. So I was gonna say I thought that was Execute being centered and then looking for more, but I think they made that northern rotation, right? They had to come past YKG and PASSIONFRUIT, so just off rotation, Fate gets caught, which isn't as bad. You know, otherwise the flip side of the story is Execute trying to do too much, but I don't think that's the case here. They do still lose Fate. They're down to 2, 0 eliminations. They are like pretty center zone. So maybe if they get Circle Blessed a few more times, they could play for placement points. But you can see, with 13 teams left alive still, that placement point isn't coming anytime soon, Jukes.
Yeah, it's not. That's for sure. All right, let's see what the play is going to be. Lujan gets a nice knock there on Ikai from Excuse Nomads. Man, I had a lot of faith in the squad. I tell you what, we definitely saw them progress in the league stage. But come finals time, not being able to get on full cylinder yet. There's still one more day to go. Not to mention this match. Let's see what BOPE could do here against Excuse. One gets knocked. It's just Fuego, and he's gone.
Yep.
Fuego.
Fuego.
Gotta be careful not to get thirsted by that molly.
Yeah, Fuego with the fire, though. Gets knocked after he's done for, so that's not good. Kai up in the north, knocked by Puppeteers. I don't think they're going to be able to get that revive. Next circle is also going to pop out here. Where is it going to go? I hope it goes to Execute. Like, honestly, today has been a rough day for them in terms of the very first circle. They really have not been getting any zones in their favor whatsoever.
Yeah, let's see what the play is gonna be here. As well, the next zone, you got Execute still dead, pretty center. PASSIONFRUIT up at the top. YKG still in the mix. Those are the two teams I'm really keeping an eye on here, especially YKG. Because, you know, YKG is definitely trying to stick it to NHyper after losing that PMGC slot to them. And honestly, we need to see them turn things up big time. Because I want to have faith in them going into the Americas Championship. And right now, a little bit too shaky for my liking.
Yeah, and as shaky as they are, they're still third overall. So they're in a good spot to really prove something right now in this match with NHyper and Extreme Slayers, you know, bowing out extremely early. Another team, though, MEZEXIS, they're on the, you know, southeastern edge where there's a lot of teams that need to make their way in. If MEZEXIS could play this out perfectly, they're going to pick up a lot of points like they are doing right now, and they're going to get the whole side of the southeast for themselves. So if next circle blesses them, this could be MEZEXIS' turnaround game.
It definitely could. Let's see if it will, though. Let's see as Pro going to take some shots there on the Chronix. Is he able to catch the Bucky? Goes for the headshot rather than the tire. And now Chronix, last player up for Excuse. Yeah, just trying to make something happen. Man, you know what? Yeah. Chronix is a player that I want to see continue here in NA. Because he's got what it takes. It's just, you know, really finding that squad and really getting in that right position to really flourish. I think we can definitely see a lot from him in the future. Meanwhile, look at this. Puppeteer going down to Jason. That's going to be Rise. Smoke does come out there slightly on time, but yeah, I think it's just a little bit too late.
Yeah, he's too hurt. Takes another shot. That's going to be it. Puppeteer's losing a player. Maybe trying to rotate around. Hopefully, I think they focus fired him. That's why his car just got stuck out there and blown up. But Puppeteer's losing one early. Chronix did make it to like pretty much center zone inside of Shack. So we might see some big plays out of Chronix just yet still in this match. YKG and Passionfruit on the north side. This is going to be a huge fight as only these two teams kind of really contesting each other on the northern end.
Let's see Zuko taking some shots. Oh, that was actually a nice nade there from Fears. And this is a big one. Passionfruit versus YKG. These are two squads right next to each other on the leaderboards. And YKG is looking to do some gatekeeping. Juancho up in the front line. Trying to catch this nade. This is going to be huge. Nate who gets pieced up a little bit. Nice little nade there to kind of buy him some time. I think it looks like both of these... Actually, it looks like Passionfruit's going to get away from this fight if they can.
Yeah, but I think YKG is achieving what they needed to, which is making sure they push Passionfruit the other way. Because if not, Passionfruit could have swung out over the top and used this high ground against YKG. So YKG being proactive here, not to give that advantage to Passionfruit. And yeah, they have essentially corralled Passionfruit to a less threatening position. But the second, a defense breaks open on the side of YKG, I like to see Passionfruit swing right back over this side and take down YKG. And with the next circle, that's going to be the most obvious play for Passionfruit. Otherwise, Passionfruit's going to have to fight another team and YKG get full control of this northern side.
Yeah, let's see what Passionfruit decides to do. The question on the board is which team's going to get the most eliminations. YKG have 6 already, so that's the squad I'm going to be going with. And I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the lobby, the rest of the desk here, decides to go with the same.
I am definitely going to go with YKG as of now. So, I wonder what Jason's going to pick. Is Jason going to be different and get the wrong pick again? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Let's see.
Passionfruit. Yeah, push them away. And yeah, that was such a good job out of YKG. They didn't get any points there, but it was huge for YKG to push Passionfruit the other way. And now Passionfruit is in a fight with Wall Street Bets. And I wouldn't be surprised, Jukes, if in the next coming moments you see YKG peek over here for some third party.
This is actually a perfect push from Passionfruit. Perfectly timed, too, because Wall Street Bets is definitely hurt. Jason Kaplan not deciding to be different, but Passionfruit looking to get aggressive. Let's see if they can get these knocks. They do. It's Huacho starting things off with a knock on the QWERTY, and he gets the double.
Oh.
Gets naded in the process, though, by Faye. That's going to be from Puppeteer. And, YKG did get in the mix. So they did. They did start to mix things up here. And it looks like Dong gets the finish onto Juancho. So Passionfruit lose their best player. Let's see as Chachi's on fire.
Oh, 1 HP.
Goes down. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, I thought he was going to survive that last tick, but he does not. And yep, just as I said, YKG going to third party this because they push this team here is just... When YKG, when things go well for them and they execute things correctly, they are playing, to the utmost potential, like making all the right decisions. It's just sometimes the execution doesn't go well, but when it does go well, they really capitalize off of everything they can.
Yeah, let's see how they can do it here. Can they go ahead and take out Passionfruit? They want to. They know where they're at on the leaderboards. They have 7 eliminations already. They're starting to turn things up a bit. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Butterfly Effect versus Puppeteers. Dong down to 1 HP. Kubi, I thought he was going to try to go for the run over, but he stops just a little bit short, and it doesn't work out for them. So Puppeteer have this cleared out now.
Yeah,
Chico gets caught. That's tough.
Ooh, Passionfruit. Are they going to go aggressive off this? I think they do have to because they're down to 3. Nice knock for 24K. Is he going to get the double? Tight peeks, using the box to his advantage. And he's got a teammate supporting him, but they're getting really close.
Jump shots. Oh my gosh, 24K! Almost gets the whole squad, and now it's just Zuko up left. Fears has to make a play here. It's a 1v1.
The last player, YKG, far in the distance,
Zuko
providing
ran.
cover. Fierce needs to fall back. He doesn't need to push much further until his teammate gets here. Yeah, Joey's coming over now, but I feel like he pushed up a little bit too much. Doesn't matter though. Zuko pieces up. Joey's right behind him. 2v1 now. This just should be the finish. And yeah,
Beautiful.
well played. Well played out of YKG there.
Beautifully done. And now MEZEXIS wipes out Puppeteer. So, man, this has just been like 4th, 5th party central. Hey, look at MEZEXIS go. Baton with 5 eliminations. He has finally woke up here in day number 2. And I'll tell you what, if Baton and the rest of MEZEXIS start turning on all cylinders here, things could definitely get dangerous. That's a whole lot of eliminations. This is still one more match to go here.
Yeah, I called it out earlier. If MEZEXIS can control that southeast side, they're going to come in with a lot of elimination points and come up huge. But Chronix shuts a player down. Chronix, the lone survivor, has made it up into the top 7 and picked up 1 more point. That is a huge loss for MEZEXIS right there.
Nice shot there from Crow, though, onto Long. Oh my gosh, gonna get the finish, looks like, and he does. Crazy
Wow.
shots. Unreal. I'm surprised that Stellar wasn't able to get that res. That's crazy.
Yeah, Crow just really lasering in, not missing too many shots there in order for him to achieve that. Chronix, his position has been given up, and he knows that team he's shooting at is the team that he thirsted a player from. So they're definitely going to look to pick up this point. Chronix needs to play a bit more proactive now, which is why you see him taking those peeks.
Yeah, play it and play it carefully. Don't want to make any mistakes here. As they're starting to see...
Wow, he almost knocks Baton in the distance.
Crow, about to throw this nade onto Chronix. Does he hit it? Goes for the opposite side. Very interesting. And he still has... He wants to keep these nades to the end. I don't want him to throw them all every single one. He should be able to get through that window, and he does.
Yeah.
So he gets the confirmation there onto Chronix. And now MEZEXIS have this complete side of the map to themselves, looking very good. Hey, Execute still in the mix. We talked about how Execute still need to put some points on the board here. Stellar with a nice shot there. Gets the confirmation, and down goes Ace of Spades. We're in a top 5 situation.
Yeah, we're down to top 5. Ace of Spades, bow out right before. Execute looking to hold on. They get a knock onto the Lotus. Trick and Kill Switch, the last 2 up. 1 more player of Lotus to deal with. YKG, surprisingly, not peeking over here to third party this. And that nade could be good. Does some damage, but no finish.
Yeah, tough luck. No cigar right there. Let's see as Lotus, haven't had a good day at all. They've been just struggling here. Do make it into this end game, but now having to deal with Trick and the rest of Execute. Execute doing a great job here. Kill Switch with that Molotov. That should be good. Oh, just a little bit too off, a little bit off the mark for Gara. That was close.
Just barely. YKG lost 2 players, by the way. So I thought they'd be 4 up coming into this last zone, but they lost 2. Not sure to who. But that is why YKG has been quiet right now and not third partying like we usually see them. MEZEXIS is now the team with the most players up with 3.
And let's see here as MEZEXIS looking to make these happen. Gara on the push. Kill Switch. Does get the finish. So Execute now can breathe a little bit as they only have 2 players up, but they have a lot of real estate here on this side to breathe.
Jason managed to catch it on the feed, but it was actually Baton who stopped YKG from dominating with 4 on the north side. So Baton stepping up huge. If he didn't stop YKG from, pushing over, YKG would easily have had this game. So now it's looking like it's in MEZEXIS' ball court. MEZEXIS with 3. They just need to deal with Stellar here on the south side, and they have the whole road for themselves.
See what Joey could do. Baton looking to find some angles. This is the final circle, folks. Here we go in Miramar. It's going to go down to nothing, and the zone is going to start closing. It's going to be an all-out war. It's anyone's game. Stellar trying to take out Inactive. Getting aggressive. The zone, here it goes. Inactive with the DBS. Is he going to push? He gets in the buggy. He's going to do a run over. Oh, actually runs back.
Nice. Good bait.
Nice bait play.
Yeah, really well done. Good synergy right there between Crow and Inactive. Now it's a 3v2v2, but the 2 players on the north side are going to fight each other, so MEZEXIS could just chill out. Hold on. They even catch Joey. They're not stopping anytime soon. MEZEXIS wants this chicken and wants every point that comes with it.
They need it, that's for sure. Execute, YKG, do all these teams, right? trying to take advantage of the two monsters in the lobby, Extreme Slayers and Hyper going out early, 24K. Last player up for YKG. Still in the mix of his a dozen eliminations for MEZEXIS. This is the squad we've been waiting to see.
Oh, look at how aggressive Baton is going. They know they pretty much have this game. They're not going to wait on the other side of the road. They want everything. One player of Execute goes down. He secures the second place finish. Trick is down to 1 HP and should get finished up here. Oh, he got the finish on the kill switch and more Baton. Huge.
Beautifully done.
I think, what, 8 maybe eliminations on him alone? But this is the bounce back that MEZEXIS needed. And we said it. We said it from the very start of the game, Jukes. This Southern Circle is where MEZEXIS has a good chance to bounce back, and they played it beautifully from beginning to end.
So huge. Such a huge play there. Baton leading the charge for this team. I'll tell you what, him and Inactive really start just working together. These guys are dangerous. Look at that, 14 eliminations there, 2,000 damage. Absolute insanity. I mean, this is the MEZEXIS we saw a glimpse of yesterday. A little bit slow here today, but here towards the end, they definitely made up for it in a big way.
Yeah, oh man, check that out. Chronix by himself, 886. And his team went down extremely early. So Chronix...
That means that Baton's conversion rate had to be insane.
Oh yeah, he has less than 800 and he has 8. Dang.
Crazy. Man, I'll tell you what, this guy's on one. This guy is on one today. MEZEXIS turning up right at the right time. There's still one more match to go. One more match to go, right? And Hyper, Extreme Slayers had that opportunity to really kind of continue that lead. But, you know, seeing a team like MEZEXIS putting up some points right when they needed to is pretty huge here, Zute. But you know what? One more match. We're going to go ahead and take it out over to the desk right after these highlights.
You didn't hear it, but 7 is called for the back-to-back out of MEZEXIS, so that means the 6th match of the day going their way, and it looks like we're already done for the day now since he was able to pick it out perfectly. No, MEZEXIS able to pick up a fantastic win here. Man, we're going to get a normal zone, I have to ask.
It's NF finals. This is what we're used to. I feel like we always get toxic circles when we get to the finals.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the perfect way to describe it. Well, either way, MEZEXIS crack it open. Monster Energy, their official energy partner here at PMPL, and unleashing their beast here on the lobby. But Ton in particular, man.
Yes.
I swear, I looked over and I looked back, and YKG were down 2 players out of nowhere. And I was with Zute there as well, saying like YKG, they should have had this one, or they would have had this one if they didn't lose out those players. But Baton with 8 limbs out of their 14, man, that's some heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, even when we're looking at it, it's like, okay, YKG is definitely going to be able to win this. And then, as you mentioned, we blink, and all of a sudden, Chico got thirsted. And on top of that, Fears ended up getting caught by a beautiful off angle that Baton was able to get as he kind of just rotated towards the north. Great play there out of MEZEXIS, being able to get those 24 points. And also YKG, this is good for them too, because I was talking about how much of a lead second place and first place we're starting to build in the overall. This is good for them to be able to get that, considering Hyper was only able to get 6 points. And we're currently not really seeing Extreme Slayers here on this page. But the way Execute, a nice little bounce back from this team, considering that they were having an awful day in comparison to yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they were like borderline top 5 coming into today, but I'm not sure if they're able to bounce back into it. Lotus, hey man, you were talking about them, right? They were at the bottom of the table. They had 6 points, maybe help propel them off the bottom, but they still have a lot of they need to put a lot of fuel in that tank if they want to propel themselves even further on. But you saw SLR up there, PASSIONFRUIT, where they had a tough time, right? The second they backed away from YKG, I think we all knew that YKG was going to come back and follow them and eventually finish them off. They didn't want to take the fight earlier on. They decided to crash Wall Street Bets. Then YKG rocks up, and then obviously it was downhill for PASSIONFRUIT there. But speaking of downhill, Extreme Slayers, they were tied with Hyper.
Yes.
0 points in this match. Hyper got, I think it was 6, sorry. which means they fall 6 points behind, and now Hyper able to take that first place, the first place position back.
By the way, the way that Hyper was able to flip that switch, as soon as they realized that it was Extreme Slayers, they're like, oh, boys, we're finishing this fight. And then once they actually finish them, they're like, let's shoot their boxes just for a little bit, just to remind them who's currently bossing in A.
Oh, you know who's bossing it right now? MEZEXIS, man. We got to take. We looked at earlier on today, right? Their stats yesterday for today. Well, we got to see that yet again, because you keep in mind they had 11 limbs on the day after I think it was match 2 or match 3 maybe.
Yep.
And they're able to catch themselves back up. So we played 5 matches, which means they're on 25 limbs in the day. They're able to get 14 from then. Average survival time, though, has really been the tank part of this.
Yeah, and I mean, we do have the stats from yesterday being on the left side, so you can see that they still perform really well, but we still have one more game, at least for MEZEXIS, where they could possibly, I'm not saying they're going to, but possibly they could go back-to-back. And for them to actually still being able to maintain those average LMs at 5 with a lot less average survival time is actually very impressive for me for MEZEXIS, because the only problem with this team right now, I'm starting to feel like they're doing what I was criticizing Extreme Slayers for, and that was like they're a bit too much up and down. They can't find a consistent line, except yesterday the back-to-back, but then after that there was just nothing to be seen of them. The only consistency they saw was just not being able to get that many LMs and not being able to get any placement points. So for them, I want to be able to see at least a top 5 out of MEZEXIS here in this last match.
Well, at least for now, MEZEXIS are in 4th place, so they would qualify to the regionals if we stopped right here, right now. But another team we have to focus on, as you kind of touched on a little bit here, is Execute, man. They've been kind of non-existent today. I feel like I've said this a couple of times out of them. They're currently sitting in 7th place if we take a look at their stats from yesterday compared to today, and that's a hard drop off. That means they have 10 limbs on the day, well, 11 limbs on the day.
And I feel like it would have been a lot worse too if it wouldn't have been for this last match, because they started off the day with 57 points. They're currently at 76 points. So what, 19 points after 5 matches? That is not the Execute that was there within striking range of the top 5. Right now, if we were to look at the overall, they're currently sitting in 7th place. They kind of, some of the teams above them have built a gap. And that's a little bit scary for Execute, considering Execute has been on and off. We really haven't been able to see the Execute that we expect them to, the Execute that some of the viewers expect to be at least top 3 and definitely be going to Americas. We need to see some tying up here, because I mean, it is the last day of day 2. We're going to be going into tomorrow, and we know what happens on the final day of finals. There's always going to be some of those bottom teams that decide to start playing and decide to start taking points from the teams that actually need them.
Yeah, let us know who you think is going to be one of those teams that might show up big tomorrow, even though we still have 1 match left to come. Just use all of those different forms and channels and ways of letting know, as long as you use the hashtag PMPLNA. Honestly, I'm running out of words here, because I just cannot wait to see how this day is going to end off. Things are getting spicy here for some of these teams. Top 5 is still very fluid. Let's head over back to our casters to kick us back into Erangel for the final time of the day.
Here we go, guys. It all comes down to this. Final match here of day number 2. Only 6 more matches to go after this. That's tomorrow, guys. Make sure you have your calendars marked. Make sure you're there, because it is going to be intense. This is a huge opportunity for those teams, right, in that mid-pack to make something happen, because tomorrow is going to be crazy. We've seen too many boxes get shot to not see some revenge tomorrow. Here's your take.
Ooh. Yes, Extreme Slayers and then Hyper. You know, I thought it would be okay for them, because they kind of nullify each other in terms of points, but man, the teams right behind them, the YKG in particular, right, had a huge gain. Now they're looking to maybe take that first place away, and MEZEXIS, they were really far down behind, but with a big win like that, and they could follow it up right here with another big game, that's another team all of a sudden looking to maybe take that first place. So it comes down to what happens this match, Jukes. There's a lot riding on the line. We still have a whole nother day, but the way today ends, this match ends, can really set up the mental and storylines for so many teams coming tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see.
Ooh,
Oh, man. Are you...
it's another one.
Another one. Oh, baby. This is how we're going to end things off today on day number 2. Absolute madness. Here we go with another crazy Sosnovka circle.
Yep. It could go back up north like it did in the first game. There's definitely enough land for that to be a thing. So let's see how teams play out this time. Is all the teams or a lot of teams going to commit to Military Island like they did game 1? I think we'll see some teams maybe slow that down just a tad bit, especially with what happened in the very first match of the day.
Oh, all right. Well, let's see. Let's see who's going to make that quick rotation, right? I mean, I think that's something that we need to see some teams do pretty quickly. But, man, we saw what happened for those squads that did that yesterday. Or not yesterday, but just earlier today in the first Aaron Gale. They got punished because they had a crazy hard shift back. Oh, Ophelia! If he would have hit that shot, it would have been good. But Cloudy.
Tagged up. Oh, he's got the Uzi hand. Oh, both half HP. Back and forth. M16. Burst fire. Cloudy. The jump shot. Oh, the shotgun from Ophelia. Gets Cloudy. That's a good finish for him. And I think I just saw Execute knock one of 4-1-2. So a lot of scrap fighting happening throughout the map right now.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Here we go. All right. So Nightcrocs, BOPE, yeah, moving around. We're starting to see those teams in that mid pack start to get a little bit antsy here, especially those squads at the bottom. And yeah, Butterfly Effect, 4-1-2, both losing a player early on. Both these squads, right? Especially 4-1-2. I had a lot more hopes for them here in the finals. Maybe we might see a crazy pop-off day tomorrow. It's definitely possible, right? But with zones like this, it doesn't make things easier, that's for sure.
No. And once again, Execute rotating early. They changed their drop spot to Fairy Pier. I just realized that. And the playing path is like this far away from George Pool. And so it's been working out because we got Military Island circles twice in both Erangel games. First time, it kind of juked everyone, which was really unfortunate for Execute. But this time, let's hope it goes to Military Base, right? For Execute's sake.
Let's see it. Let's see it. I'm down for sure. Let's go ahead and take a little gander, see what the play is Casper. Yep, already chilling here. And, you know, the Fairy Pier used to be their drop spot, so they had it before, right? But they definitely changed it. Now coming back to it, I think it's a really good decision for them. I mean, obviously, they did, during the league stage, try to contest YKG a little bit over there near Prim, and that didn't work out. So they said, you know what? Why not Fairy Pier, especially with all these crazy circles? And, yeah, works out perfect for them.
Yeah, we'll see if the next circle works out for them, though, because it could go up north. It could. I'm just saying, it could. And Hyper committed to that boat crossing once again. So, you know, even though the first game threw everyone in for a loop, they're going to assume, you know, statistically, probability-wise, chances are it goes to Military.
Maybe not. Let's see.
Yeah.
Right? That is, it's crazy that has been the situation because these zones have been just going absolutely insane here in the finals. And, you know, looking so far at this map, we're starting to see some of those rotations come out pretty early on. YKG most likely going to take a boat from Primorsk, but, I mean, Excuses already here. And Hyper, right? Made it the pretty much hard way down on in. And now we're seeing, it looks like Lotus might do the swim strat as well. But teams like Puppeteer, Passionfruit, ooh. Even Canadian Eagles going to have a rough time trying to get into this next circle.
Yeah, they're just hoping, hey, it could shift back up north like
Come
it did.
on, baby.
You know, like, they're not beating any other teams across the bridge, so why not just wait and see? Just maybe it'll shift back up to the northern side. Extreme Slayers doing that rotation on the east side. SLR, they are just on the hillside next to Pachinki, so they're looking to get closer, and they want to see how close they could get to rotating to Military Base before encountering any opposition. They're going to run into... Lotus was here, but it looks like they've already left, so SLR will take Lotus's position right on these cliff sides.
And cliffside's definitely a decent place to play. If that zone goes back up north, it'll definitely work out. But let's take a look here at the lobby. See Passionfruit. Ooh, rockets of bikes. Juancho, the man, the myth, the legend. Right, trying to turn things up here in the last game of the day. He's got his bike full speed ahead. And look where they're at. Still all the way up here near, just coming from looting Yasnaya. And Juancho's going to switch out for a buggy, but
Nice
he's going to head on down south. Yeah.
Definitely a big upgrade. Juancho has been, you know, a star player in the finals, for sure. All right, he's in the top of the rankings for, I think it was eliminations and knockouts. I don't know about now since they kind of slipped off just a little bit, but I will say Juancho, I think he's playing so well that he's like getting a little bit ahead of himself as far as synergy is concerned, because we always see Juancho run in, and it's Nate. It seems like it's always Nate that isn't on pace with them because Nate wants to play it just a tad slower. So Juancho is like a little too gung-ho, and Nate, you know, just not up to speed yet with Juancho. But it could go both ways, right? Maybe Juancho needs to slow it down a little bit. So,
Possible.
yeah, just definitely either way, a little bit lapse of synergy between those two players in the close range engagements.
Yeah, once they do get it on point, they're going to be a dangerous duo, I think. But, you know, we're starting to see some, you know, the big issue is just the splits that they're doing, their timing of their pushes, little things like that, I think is where they really seem to just constantly slip up. And, you know, I've been talking to these players. I've seen their abilities. You know, I got a chance to talk to Juancho before today, you know, and said, hey, man, you going to pop off? You know, you're going to be able to go ahead and do it? And he said, you would say less. He said, say less. So, you know, not having the day that we were looking to have, but still, let's see if he can come back here. It's going to be tough with the zone, though. It's going to be tough. Let's see if that zone is going to go all the way down south to military. I know all the teams that decide to take it are sure hoping so, but who knows? It's the finals. Let's see what's going to happen.
Fingers crossed that it goes to military base. Yep, it does.
Okay.
And you know what's crazy? That I'm hoping it goes to military base, because that's how many toxic zones we've had. We've had so many toxic zones that I, as a caster, want to see something more normal. So military base, here we go. Could still be a very exciting game for all the teams involved. PASSIONFRUIT looks like they're looking to pick up 1 point onto Fuego. Fuego caught by himself again, it looks like.
Yes, sir, indeed. So let's see what the play is going to be. Is PASSIONFRUIT starting to go ahead and they need these points. They need them for sure. And there's to see if they can get it onto Fuego. Oh, that name. Oh,
double knock.
What a double knock there from Nightcrocs.
Uh-oh.
It's all over for PASSIONFRUIT. That's what it looks like, at least. Unless we could see a huge play come out from BULUC or Juancho.
Yeah, if BULUC got that knock, that would have been great. Yeah, you can see Juancho. Juancho's like, okay, just hold the stairs, man. We're down. We're down. We need every advantage we get. Maybe they'll mess up the push up the stairs. And they got a lot of nades to chuck in there, though. Nightcrocs with 2, 1 more. Who knows how much more they have. Juancho goes down to 1. Oh, not 1 HP, but pretty much a sliver of health. Fuego's got a nade. He's tossing it up there. That could be big. It does not connect. Are they going to go for the push now? Are they out of util? 2v4. Could still go PASSIONFRUIT's way.
Here they go. Supra taking the jump. Yeah, Juancho getting shut down. BULUC trying to make it happen, and it's all over. PASSIONFRUIT getting taken out real early. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, that is not the way they wanted to end this game. They thought they had an advantage. They were fast to clear out the barn house, but they couldn't find that sole player of BOPE, and then the rest came, and the double knock was what really did them in right there.
100%. And that's all it takes. That's all it takes. One little play, and you can definitely take huge advantage of it and watch an entire team fall apart. Now, it was all off that nade from Nightcrocs. Nightcrocs clutched it up right there and was able to get it done. Let's see if MEZEXIS could continue that dominance that we saw in that last game, right? And they've been having a good latter half here of day 2. Let's see if they can handle out Ace of Spades. Baton with the nade. Look at cook it up. Ooh, just a little bit off the mark. But that definitely hurt Mombai. Mombai, this guy has been having a great day as well. From Ace of Spades. We saw him put up a ton of eliminations. And he, oh, wow, down to 1 HP. The blue zone might take him out. And it does.
Oh, Kittle goes down as well.
Inactive, holding the front lines all by his lonesome, gets caught, but look at that angle from Baton. The awareness, and down goes Ace of Spades. Beautifully done.
Oh, YKG? YKG hear the shots. They're wondering if they get third party, but the fight gets finished just in time for MEZEXIS to get a reset, because YKG is still committed to this. And you know what? I like this, because there is a team camping YKG across the road. If YKG goes across the bridge, they get caught between MEZEXIS and LOTUS. So they're going to deal with MEZEXIS now. Chico on a flank angle, and oh, the angles are good. The nade is good too, but Baton Last one up, Jukes.
Oh, man. I'll last one up, but here comes YKG looking to clean this up. They're going to confirm all these points, take their time, and as good as Bathon is in the blue zone, going up against a full squad of YKG, not much you could do there.
Yeah. Gets cut down right there. MEZEXIS goes out. Only 3 points. I mean, they had a big one earlier. Unfortunate that they couldn't follow it up. YKG looking to keep things going. That blue zone is hurting. They'll need to get a move on. They can't stay in that forever. But on the other side is LOTUS. And LOTUS is hard camping the bridge because the zone has shifted in a way where LOTUS can camp that bridge and keep their backs to the blue.
Well, let's see here. As Butterfly Effect doing a little bridge camp here on the Puppeteers. Let's see, D trying to open things up with a nade onto Faye. Is he going to be able to catch it? That's a hard nade to throw. Really hard. Yeah, he does. Oh, wow. Nice shot still from Jason from across the way, finding the angles. And that's going to be Faye down. So Butterfly Effect doing a great job. I mean, we've seen them when it comes to at least bridge camping, usually have a lot of success.
Yeah. You just don't have much success elsewhere, though. That's the problem. Puppeteers. Dong. Can he hit those shots? Oh, it gets tagged up a little bit.
Wow. And now it's good old Rise. Rise. Dong on the backside. Still trying to make something happen in the blue zone. And is he going to be able to find Kubi slipping? Dong. Yeah, just gave away his position for sure. So Jason knows exactly where he is.
He's got 2 nades, though.
Yeah, he's confident in those shots. I'll tell you that right now. So, uh-oh. Dong cooking. He's got that arm. Throwing it downtown.
Ooh, not good.
Just off the mark.
Oh,
Rise gets him, though. Uh-oh, Dong, see some toes? Oh, gets popped up by D. Nice shots.
Good reaction to peek right back down, though. It's a 2v2. Dong trying to get that first aid off. Jason gets confirmed. And this is in the blue zone. Yeah, I think Butterfly Effect is like, all right, okay, I've had enough of this. Let's go. Let's leave.
Yeah, he said, I am out of here. So, not making that mistake. Kubi going and gonna go ahead and hop into that buggy, and he said, I am out of here.
I think they're just looking to camp them further down, though, right? It's a false sense of safety. Oh, way too early. He could have easily waited for Dong to get in that car.
100%.
Dong would have had to back the car up because it's like crashed into the bridge. Yeah, that was definitely a lapse of trigger discipline out of D right there.
Very interesting play. All right, let's see. As this zone, we might have a dedicated. Maybe we could have a nice apartment Sosnovka finish. That would be crazy. C block would be a nice one to see. It's been a long time since we've seen one of those. And Hyper, they're taking it, right? Excuse all up in the mix as well. Lotus still on this edge. Ooh, YKG getting picked apart here. Trying to cross here onto military base. This is what happens, you know, when you have these rotations a little on the slower side. Oh, nice shot. Can he get fair? He does.
On the last bullet. Fishy
gets caught
with the
by the
nade. 1v1, I think. It seems like, no, Lotus has 2 up. It's all down to 24K. Blue's ticking him as well. Oh, no blue zone, just the bullets. And another nade, and that is YKG done. That's so unlucky that the zone shifted in a way for Lotus to just continue to camp this bridge. So YKG will not have any luck with that when they crossed over.
Real tough. Tough finish there. And then look at this, and Hyper just so sitting pretty. And YKG going down is wild. I'll tell you what. Meanwhile, you got BOPE with 5 eliminations, Lotus with 4. Wall Street Bets. I mean, look at this. Almost all the top teams are out of here already. Extreme Slayer's still up, though, with 4. That's going to be the biggest threat to end Hyper.
The only 2 top teams are in Hyper and Extreme Slayers, both in military base. And Hyper, I'd say both teams are equally the same distance from dead center zone. So maybe if it goes south, it will flavor Extreme Slayers. If it goes north, definitely in Hyper. So we'll see how that one plays out. Execute swinging in behind Extreme Slayers. So those 2 teams might end up fighting as well.
Yeah, let's just see how they're going to be able to get it done. Right now, obviously, the big thing is in Hyper, Extreme Slayers still up. They can create a massive lead going into tomorrow. And you got Execute, right, trying to bounce back and put some points on the board, trying to get into those top positions and get into that next stage. And let's see, is Execute, yeah, holding the airplane graveyard. This is a tough spot to hold. You know, you can definitely get some nice little angles, but you have to be very aware of where your body position is, because one wrong spot, you're going to get angled and get taken out instantly.
Yeah, there's a lot of just wide open space when you peek out over the top. Any angle from any little dip, hillside, and especially the broken wall right there, a player could be hiding behind there. Definitely got to be careful. And we remember the showdown between Extreme Slayers and NHyper here. We thought Extreme Slayers had it. It was like 3v2 last zone, and NHyper still found the angles and won that one too. Hopefully Extreme Slayers plays that spot a little bit better against Execute right now. And another fight breaking out. BOPE against Wall Street Bets. Oh, they found an opening. Extreme Slayers found an opening onto Fate. So Fate goes down for Execute.
And Supra taking some shots there onto Wall Street Bets. Here we go. Let's see if he's able to get that finish. And they're all up on the edge here. And Hyper just big chilling in the center. That is dangerous, I'll tell you that. And let's see if Bad can get this knock. He's just stuck wide on the open. And Wall Street Bets get eliminated. Big game for BOPE. 7 eliminations so far.
Yeah, big game. 7. They need a lot more, though. They want to have a chance at that top 5. Zone does pop. It goes down south, it looks like, as NHyper. Are they still in the zone? Maybe just a little bit, but definitely favoring more of the Extreme Slayers team down here on the southern side.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yeah, Extreme Slayers looking real good, looking really dangerous. And yeah, let's see how they're going to make things happen. Kill Switch holding it down, and NHyper not moving a muscle, and they don't have to. Stage 5, folks. Stage 5. So the question is, which team do you think is going to win the match? Ooh, which side are you going to choose? You're going to choose the dominant NHyper? You're going to choose Extreme Slayers with their position? What do you guys think in the chat? Definitely let us know, and let us know right now. I want to see if your predictions are going to be correct. And honestly, I think I want to see some Extreme Slayers action. Because Remix been looking pretty dangerous lately. And I definitely want to see these guys have some success for sure.
Yeah, I gotta go with Extreme Slayers. They've been playing on point today, and they have the positioning on the south side. And I just hope they're doing a big split. They're doing a 2-1-1. Now we know NHyper can do these splits to perfection. Extreme Slayers, a little bit worried. I hope no mishaps happen. Baby Bray really off by himself. I'm looking at the mini map right now on the southeastern side. And then you have Robert just holding back the Execute team, kind of in a 1v2 scenario. But the 2 players in the middle of the zone, they've got good support sight lines to both of those players, so it's a decent split.
Yeah, decent split indeed. And look at this. Everybody's picking Extreme Slayers. All right. Let's see how they can handle it here. Are they going to be able to finish strong? And they first, I got to take down Bray. Nice shots there.
He's
Oh,
lit
almost
up.
gets caught, though. Yeah.
No first aids.
No first aids. The rest of the team, where are you
Oh.
at?
The supporting sight lines, is it
They
there?
need help. They need help.
He's stalling.
Oh, he's going to get knocked. He does. And where are the shots? They catch him in the last second, but they're not going to be able to get their teammate up, and they know it.
Can't even blame Baby Bray there. He stalled so long.
So
but
long.
I think his teammates just missed one too many
Oh,
shots.
Honestly, that's
Way
one.
too many
where
shots.
It's a play like that that gets you screamed at from your teammates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's one where you're just like, where were y'all? I held on for so long, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, hopefully they're able to, you know, at least get a chicken dinner to help make up for it, because they're going to need it. Because losing that angle, oh, it's tough.
Yeah, if they just kept him alive there, they'd have a whole lockdown on the east side.
Oh.
But now, who's on the east side? Who has an easy chance of moving in now? NHyper, the team that they're worried the most about. And NHyper still have 4 jukes.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let's see. They still have 4 up, and they're so dangerous. That is, it's little plays like that are so brutal. Robert is completely split up from the rest of the squad, and he has Kill Switch and Trick by them side. Let's see what they're going to do. It looks like they're going to hop into a vehicle and try to get moving here pretty quickly. Possibly going to push on to the other teammates of Extreme Slayers. Meanwhile, NHyper just holding that edge, looking ever so dangerous. Excuse in the middle. And that's actually a really good spot there because those buildings are they can really hold them down pretty well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them all the way into the end game.
Wow.
Wow, what a
Surprised.
push. What a push from
Surprised.
Execute there. And the
Very
shot.
surprised.
That is insane.
I think Extreme Slayers might be down on ammo or weaponry because he had an M16 UMP, so they couldn't spray Execute as they drove right on by. It doesn't matter though. Execute will still end up getting taken out by the Canadian Eagles. Only one player up. It's just Bad Boy. He's looking to smoke himself over, get more center. Hopefully he can last a little bit longer as the zones continue to shift. We're coming into stage 6 right now. Lotus moving in on the edge. Lotus Esports with 4 players still up. They could maybe even take this match.
They definitely could. Let's see. And they need it. That's for sure. 5 eliminations so far. Looking really good as they start to push up on the edge. But, I mean, it's going to be tough. You still got 3 players of Extreme Slayers up. You got a full squad of NHyper just creeping and crawling here with 0 eliminations. But just ready to pop off at any moment's notice. Here goes Fishy. He's going to push up a little bit here with that buggy. I don't really quite like that. I think I would have liked him just to go ahead and send it over to his teammate because it's going to be hard for him to move from there. But let's see. Let's see what the play is going to be. As Onder got some sightlines. Frady has some sightlines onto them too. Guerra does get remix. Once again, he's going to go for the quick res.
Yeah, take a look at their weaponry. Not a lot of ammo to work with. So that's why we don't see more presence. And that might be why we didn't see, you know, Baby Bray being supported fast enough. The weaponry is just not there for the rest of the team.
Could be it. Could be it here. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have very much supplies here towards the end. And that's kind of like what happens when you have these military-based finishes. You're taking a lot of shots, getting a lot of eliminations, but you're not able to push up and actually loot these other boxes. And Remix, yeah, you can see that 78 rounds left in, make it 68. The 1 magazine he has left. Frady only has 7. Ooh, that is brutal. And a Uzi on the other as well. These guys are struggling. They need to loot some boxes, and they're not going to get to pretty much anytime soon.
Unless if they commit to a push somewhere, but no push is going to be easy. You have NHyper on your east side. You have a 4-man team of Lotus on your west side. And you definitely don't want to go down the middle and be in the sight lines of both. So, Extreme Slayers, they really needed that 4th player up. Really hold down that side, but they couldn't do it. Now, NHyper, they're looking to come in strong. Koi just instantly beaming that player. GK first, still knocked. Excuse, doing that cross to try and put the pressure on to deny the revive.
Here they go. Chronics starting to get aggressive. They don't realize which team this is yet, because GK first is still up. Let's see if they're going to be able to take advantage of it. Rin, so dangerous with those nades. Oh, wow. Catches Kai. And that just completely stops the push of Excuse, just like that.
Yeah. And what's worse is that they stop the push, and they get a revive on top of that, and you have a player knocked, so they're going to push right back into you. And Ren doing the shimmies, doing the jukes, catches one. Excuse down to the last player, and just like that, I mean, I think we see why teams are very scared of pushing NHyper now, Jukes. NHyper are just playing so on point. And it all started with that the support fire from, I forgot who it was, but downrange. He got that knock and the thirst. He slowed everything down just in time for NHyper to swing it right back.
Beautifully done. And I'll tell you what, there is that factor as well. I kid you not. I mean, the second you see one of the players get eliminated, they realize it's NHyper, that have that hesitation, that slight little just, oh, what should we do? And man, they take advantage of it in a major way. Extreme Slayer still up, looking to catch up, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard to when NHyper have this many eliminations, you know, not losing that player early on. They're looking really, really good right now.
Looking good indeed. I remember there used to be a time when NHyper, their close range was so bad, teams would just be like, oh, just go aggressive on them. Just push them, right? Their 4v4 used to be terrible. Just push them, and you'll win. But now NHyper, the opposite. Every team scared to push NHyper because they are playing just that well.
Whew. Who's going to stop him? Who is going to stop him? That's going to be the question. And I'll tell you what, it ain't going to be YKG. You know, and YKG not having it here towards the end. Extreme Slayers look like they have a chance, especially with Remix popping off like we've seen so far. But, you know, losing that player early on is going to be tough. You can see Ian Hyper trying to jump around, trying to find some extra angles. This one is going to go all the way to the end, guys. All the way to stage 9. Because it is so difficult to push. If you just even go out in the open slightly, it's going to be tough. And Hyper do not get the circle here. So they have to push in. Things could get interesting for N Hyper.
If they can make use of that buggy hop on the roof, oh, it'll get really interesting. But it doesn't seem like they can. They're going to have to move in a little bit, and I think they're in zone here. Nope.
Are they?
10 meters out. Yep, he's running around like, is there something? Is there something around here?
It's gotta be, right? Gotta be something. You can see Rin searching, but it's not looking good.
Yeah. There is that one little sliver in zone, but they don't want to all group up there. So they're going to have to go in the sight lines of Lotus, at least to some degree. Yeah, and here comes out the smoke. Smokes. Fuego. Oh, look at how...
Oh my gosh.
Every corner checked. No stone unturned. How many times do we see any other team forget to check that angle where Fuego was at?
Yep. And this time, not gonna happen. Beautifully done. And N Hyper take advantage. And here they go, starting to push up little by little. Oh, that could have been a big knock from Robert, but just misses that opportunity by just a little bit. They should have gotten the res regardless, but still so dangerous.
Yeah. Quite spraying through the grass right now. He's got the silence too, so a little bit harder to pinpoint where those shots are coming from, which is really good because, you know, when you're making a lot of noise spraying, players could kind of just know where you are in the grass just based on the amount of shots you're firing out. So that silencer does come in handy.
Yes, it does. Rin, looking to make some moves here. Lotus with 4, and Hyper with 4. Extreme Slayer still in the mix, looking to create a massive lead and take this tournament. And Hyper in that top 5 situation. I mean, when have we not seen them in top 5? Like Kendi? Crazy.
Smokes come out, blocking off sightlines perfectly right now because we are heading into that last circle. Lotus with 4 can put up a challenge against N Hyper though, and if Extreme Slayers times it correctly and identifies which side to focus on, Extreme Slayers could also run away with it. And don't forget about Canadian Eagles. Bad Boy could play spoiler.
And look at this. Look at all the teams. Everyone's just kind of playing defensive, but N Hyper are on the aggression. They're looking to take this chicken dinner. They're looking to take the final one, put that stamp, put that fear to the eyes of everybody here going into tomorrow. And Koi.
Oh, man, they're
gonna push up.
through
You gotta watch out
everybody.
for that. This is ridiculous. Here they go. Did they clear that off angle? That's the question.
Yeah,
They're
they
starting
cleared
to
it.
push.
They
Yeah,
clear
Koi.
Canadian Eagles. Canadian Eagles are out, looking at Lotus now. Isolating the fight beautifully with their smokes and pushing in the right way, not overextending to the south side where Extreme Slayers are. They get another opening. Actually, it's Robert GG that finds that one. Blue Zone is closing in, Hot Jukes. Things are starting to get dicey.
Here we go. This is it. This is the last game of the day. Lotus are done. Here we go. It's Extreme Slayers versus N Hyper. And N Hyper, 7 eliminations. Their entire squad up, but they got to deal with Papa Blue
Big.
and these nades. Robert, this is why you hold that utility all the way towards the end. It is so clutch right here because this blue zone is dangerous. One more nade should do
another
it.
big
The
one.
pre-fire from Remix. Extreme Slayers using Papa Blue to their advantage and win the game.
Extreme Slayers
Woo!
coming in huge. And what a better way to end it for us spectators, right? With N Hyper coming in right on their heels, hot in second place. Man,
This is sweet revenge.
these
Sweet
two
revenge.
teams are neck and neck. They are
Extreme
neck and
Slayers.
neck.
Extreme Slayers said, "You're gonna shoot our boxes? You're gonna shoot our boxes? Huh? Take that. 2v4. I mean, first off, it's
Yes.
crazy that N Hyper got there to the end, right? In the way that they did. Got to give massive props to them. Extreme Slayers, though, having that heads up, right, to use that blue zone to their advantage, perfectly utilized utility. Robert with 6 eliminations, the most damage. Tomorrow's going to be a doozy, baby, because I'll tell you what, Extreme Slayers and Hyper did exactly what they needed to do. Now that gap has been created going into tomorrow.
It's gonna be a slugfest between these two for first place. Jukes, we still got one more day. I can't wait.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's take it on over to the highlights to wrap things up.
Extreme Slayers, the hat trick today. 3 chicken dinnies. And they most certainly have first place now over NHyper. Oh my gosh, like honestly, we picked Extreme Slayers, all 4 of us. Then we see like 1 or 2 players go down, and we're like, well, that was a wasted prediction. But they hold out, man. Those nades as well, punishing NHyper in that little warehouse. That was phenomenal. That was, I don't know, that was perfect. That was the epitome of what you want to see a team do when they're a man down, or 2 men down technically. And they pull it out, and they get their sweet, sweet, delicious revenge against the team who destroyed them, South of Military, before in Phase 1.
I'm with you what you were saying, especially in Hyper when they took on Lotus. They were looking so strong. But Robert GG, I mean, it's always been about remakes. It's always, that's the main storyline. But what makes me so happy about the way that Extreme Slayer has been performing is that it's not just remakes. It's pretty much the whole team now being able to put up numbers, being able to get those eliminations, being able to clutch up when they actually need to clutch up, getting those 21 points. If NHyper would have actually won that game, Extreme Slayers would have got eliminated a little bit sooner. Boy, it would have been a completely different storyline going into tomorrow. But just for us to get a chance to see what the 2 teams that are probably going to be fighting for that championship spot tomorrow for North America, that's exciting right there. And by the way, we actually got it a little bit sooner than I thought we were going to be getting it. I was talking about how some of the bottom teams are going to be looking to get at least some extra points here, taking points away from the teams that definitely need them. Butterfly Effect, Lotus currently doing just that.
I have to say this really quickly, though. I wish we were at LAN, man. I wish we were on a stage to see Extreme Slayers popping off with that victory. But yeah, you're right, man. We're seeing a couple of teams just kind of sprinkle themselves in here, and teams like YKG, who were trying to fight to get into contention for first place, they only get themselves 3 points. 412 Nomads, I mean, I know they weren't top 5, but another 0. PASSIONFRUIT, another team in the top 5, not really doing too well. MEZEXIS, another team in the top 5, not doing well. It's making it more and more likely that we could see some of these teams that are in like 8th, 9th place potentially catch up and take this top 5 placing out of their hands. Whereas I think Extreme Slayers and NHyper, I'm almost certain they're going to be secure because I believe they have like a 40-plus point lead over any other team at the moment.
I think they should, honestly. I kind of want to see. You're talking about all these points. You're talking about middle of the pack. I want to see if the overall is going to be showcasing that because I feel like for a lot of the teams that were in the top 5, there was a lot of not just consistency, and we're seeing that right now here. I mean, yeah, you called it. You called it, Jason. First and second place, just blowing everybody out of the water, and now it's just going to come down to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. How that's going to end up being, and look how close it is, at least between 6th place and 7th place. After 7th place, there is a bit of a drop-off, but PASSIONFRUIT didn't have the day that they wanted to have. Execute, same way. And then Canadian Eagles, I mean, they actually had a very surprising day, and they put themselves down into contention to possibly go to Americas.
Oh, definitely. I mean, 2-point difference. It's very likely they could pass PASSIONFRUIT. It pretty much comes down to tomorrow, and I'm actually really happy to see this 7 because I hate when we get to the final day and if there's a clear winner, where, you know, there's like a clear top 5, thinking back to like Phase 1 when there was like, what, 50, 60-plus point lead between like the top 2 and everyone else. It is great to see this happen, but what's so funny to me before we move on to the second page, Extreme Slayers have 18 placement points outside of their victories, whereas NHyper have 32. That's kind of ridiculous to me. That kind of shows Extreme Slayers has been kind of obviously consistent when it comes to like winning these games, where they have a 30% win rate, because keep in mind, we've only had 12 matches and they've won 4 of them. But then you look at NHyper, you have to imagine, like, if Koi was playing like Koi was there, how different would these leaderboards be?
I feel like we got a perfect example there of Hyper, of them having those 4 players when they're pushing Lotus at the end. That I was so hyped up just watching that. By the way, with what you just mentioned about the placement points from Extreme Slayers and all of that, that is the big question mark for them, right? And then it kind of falls back to what we were talking at the beginning of the show and what we saw yesterday as well. It's just that this team continues to have too much of a roller coaster. Their highs are really high and their lows are very low. Luckily for them, they are currently being able to at least secure some elim points, and that's currently what's keeping them in contention there. But I mean, when they do end up winning, they back it up with some nice eliminations too. And I mean, right here on the second page, I don't see any of these teams contending for a top 5. If any, if I had to really pick one, I could see maybe Puppeteer, but they are gonna have to. They're gonna have to close down a big gap. Man. Yeah, and. Exactly. Not with the way they've been playing. It's kind of sad to see right now 412 Nomads being here. It's kind of sad to see SLR because those were teams that I was actually expecting to be in contention for the top 5 going into the final day, going into tomorrow. And it didn't work out your way, but as I mentioned, these teams, even though they are not going to be contending for a top 5. They will be contending for those points tomorrow. They will be contending for some maybe highlight plays that they're going to be able to showcase on their social medias using the hashtag PMPLNA. And some of the top teams that had maybe not such good of a day, they need to watch out, man.
I think I'm most in agreement with you. I think the only thing I'm going to fight back on you potentially is I think technically there's a chance for some of these teams like Ace of Spades, 63 points, 8th place. They have Puppeteer, 63 points, 9th place, 59 points for BOPE, 58 for 412 Nomads. Maybe 52 is too much, but like you imagine like 2 wins and you're back in contention.
Yeah.
Are they going to get 2 wins tomorrow? That's going to be tough, especially with the way Extreme Slayers have been just sucking up all of the wins today. But our MVP, man, I cheated yesterday and I looked ahead of time who the MVP is going to be. I didn't look this time. So I'm not going to make a prediction. And you know what? I'm not going to force you to make one either unless you want
What?
to.
I want to predict.
You want to predict? Go ahead.
Yeah. I feel like with the way Hyper kind of finished off the day too, I was going towards an Extreme Slayers player because of all the pretty much the wins that they have gotten. But then it wasn't just Remix. So I can't pick Remix. I can't just pick Robert. So I'm just going to play safe and go with Kindness.
Koi, you said? I heard Koi.
No,
Let's see. Is it going to be Koi? Who's
Kindness.
our MVP of the day? Okay. All right. There you go. It is. I mean, I saw your eyes looking towards another screen when you were doing this prediction, but you know, whatever. All good. I cheated yesterday. You cheat today. That's okay.
I used my mini-me to cheat. I used Andre, my shorter self. So I guess that kind of works.
How is he shorter than you? That's interesting.
He needs like 2 apple boxes.
Well, Kindness, man. Like, honestly, like Kindness and GK first, and obviously the whole squad minus Koi. If they weren't performing like this, things might be a little bit sketchy. And I just want to say this, by the way. Kindness only barely beat Remix by, oh my gosh, 2, I don't even know how many, I don't even know. So 1, 2, 3 decimal places. Is that like thousands? No,
I don't even know.
Hundreds, thousands. It's like hundreds, thousands by like 200 thousands.
Wow,
that's ridiculous.
Okay,
it's really
was that
close?
Wait,
yeah,
how many elims did Remix end up with?
11. It was 12 and 11, and damage was just over 100 damage difference.
Wow.
But Remix had the higher survival time. Pretty close. And honestly, when it comes to finals overall, I don't know who our MVP is going to be. But man, I'm excited for tomorrow. Like, it's great to have so many different battles. The battle for first place, the battle for top 5. And there's obviously battles for placings, and obviously that means more prize money for you as well. But I want to see some of these teams. I want to see no one comfortable except the top 2 to be where they currently are, because there still are sharks out there in the water looking to take your place.
Yeah, and I mean, with the top 2, right, it's so close right now that we don't know who's going to be the champion. And with the question marks that we have had, and I feel like a broken record just talking about Koi over and over again, but now it's starting to become an actual thing because, yeah, Hyper had a healthy lead, and they were kind of allowed to lose Koi early on. They were kind of allowed to just rely on the top 3 players. But tomorrow, you cannot allow any of that. I really enjoy when Koi plays close to his team, and I hope that's the case tomorrow because that's when the team ends up excelling even more. Yeah, you can go out, you can go play your role, scout, but just don't overextend, and that's usually when he gets caught. And for Remix, same thing. Don't overextend, Remix, because you could have been actually... He could have ended up getting MVP if he didn't overextend in that area.
Yeah, well, who knows? But all we do know is that tomorrow, at the exact same time, we're going to be jumping back into our third and final day here of our finals of PMPL Fall 2023, which then means we're one day closer to regionals, and we're one day closer to PMGC right around the corner in November as well. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. Hopefully you guys feel the same way, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
There's no way he can get this.
Shots.
He throws the grenade, but Bane comes in.
He does it! He does it! He collides!